Chapter 10, 28 Suspicious situation at Miss Amy's location. She separated her thighs and stared at the ground. Through this, Gustav was able to figure out that the ground was quaking, which in turn made Miss Amy's body vibrate. What is going on? A land quake? Gustav voiced with a tone of confoundment. The ground quaked even more intensely with every passing second, and cracks began to spread out all across the ground. Miss Amy stood to her feet at this point and stretched her hands apart. Despite Gustav being millions of light years away and not knowing where Miss Amy was, he could feel a particularly strange energy exuding from her. The cracks that had formed and spread across thousands of miles slowly began to mend. The ground that split apart in multiple areas began to merge back together slowly. The quaking that was initially becoming intense began to reduce as Miss Amy's hand remained outstretched. How is she doing this? Gustav didn't need to be told before. He knew Miss Amy was the one responsible for this mending. He couldn't understand how she was doing this because he knew Miss Amy was unable to perform such a feat initially. In a couple of minutes, the quaking had stopped, and the grounds had nearly merged completely. Gustav slowly stared at the sky area as foggy-looking clouds began to path ways. His eyes squinted subconsciously as he could spot a white light extending as the clouds cleared. However, at this same moment, "Officer Crimson, we're here," one of the pilots voiced out, forcing Gustav to deactivate life signs tracking. God Eyes has been deactivated. Gustav's mind reeled back to his current position as his eyes retained their usual glow. "We're here," voiced out. "Yes, sir, we're here," one of the space pilots responded once more. Gustav turned to look through the glassy-like wall of the spacecraft up ahead, and the glows from what he had been seeing all this time with great ears Anatus were blinding to the eyes. The white cracks that had connected and spread across a large range of this part in space were even more scarier looking in person. Some of the glowing white cracks were as thick a person in width, while some were very thin, and they stretched across a large expanse of space. Gustav couldn't describe how he felt seeing this, but it was definitely a phenomenal sight. His first time in space for a mission, and it had to be something crazy that had never been seen before. The spacecraft slowed down at this point, and Gustav unstrapped himself. His body began floating in the air, as it seemed the outer hatch of the spacecraft had been opened. Zing! A cylindrical-shaped, metallic-looking item with a handle appeared in his grasp. Gustav held onto this with his left hand and flew backwards with the use of the gravity. He passed through some layers within the spacecraft, and doors opened for him and shut after he passed through. In a bit, he had arrived at the final hatch and stood within what was like a small door area. "Open the final hatch," Gustav voiced through the communication system. "All right, Officer Crimson. Good luck," one of the pilots voiced out before an opening sound was heard. Gustav flew forward and finally found himself drifting through space. He could see violet dust in the distance and some stars very, very far away from this particular area. He turned around and finally faced the direction of the cracks. As the energy from the glowing line of cracks spread across the vicinity, Gustav felt like he was in the presence of a higher power. He just couldn't understand why, but now that he was here, he felt a kind of familiarity with this energy. It felt like it was not only powerful, but also mixed with an energy he had come into contact with before. But he discarded the thought of it relating with the person that came to mind, because he couldn't see how else it connected to that person. Right in front of Gustav's eyes, the cracks began spreading further into space. Where the spacecraft had stationed itself was a safe spot away from the range of effectiveness of the cracks. However, as it began to spread even more, the heat wave hit Gustav, causing the suit on his body to begin smoking. What the fuck? Gustav couldn't help but cuss internally as the suit began to steam. "I'm still 92,000 meters away from the point where I can absorb part of the energy into the mini plasma chamber," Gustav muttered underneath his breath. If it was already this hot, then how hot would it be when he got to that point? This was going to be the most dangerous mission Gustav had ever embarked on. He already knew the suit wouldn't hold on to that point, so he began activating some protective bloodlines. TSSHHHSHHHHHH. Iroh's silk grew out of his body, covering the entire suit like an armor. On top of this, Gustav made use of a temperature bloodline to add frost to the outer covering of his suit, and also made the surroundings around himself cooler. Thri-I-I, creaking sounds began to come from the spacecraft. It was quite faint, especially since this was space, but Gustav was able to hear them clearly. You guys might want to move the spacecraft a bit back. It's starting to take damage, Gustav voiced through the communication channel. He didn't want anything to happen on his way back, as he wouldn't like to get stuck here. After the spacecraft moved further backwards, Gustav began to venture forward. Hover has been activated. He flew forward, approaching the cracks as the heat waves spread forth even more. Usually space would be freezing, but in this situation it was the opposite. This part of space was lit up tremendously due to the infinite number of glowing white cracks here. As Gustav traveled forward, he calculated the amount of distance he still needed to scale before he would get to the point where part of the energy could be absorbed. At this point, he was still very far from reaching any of the cracks, because despite how large they were, the spacecraft stopped a bit far from them. If it moved any closer, it would have sustained damage. So this was the only option available, and Gustav would have to scale the rest of the distance himself. I need a good angle where I'd be able to penetrate without making contact with any of the cracks. Gustav paused at this point after Hover had been deactivated. God Eyes have been activated. His sight zoomed across several thousand feet in an instant and kept moving further forward. The energy from the cracks were a bit penetrative to his sight despite being so far away, but Gustav didn't back down and kept going further and further ahead. After arriving at a particular area, he looked beyond some of the cracks and could see that there were spaces he could fit in, but there were still issues due to lines still spreading further and blocking within the spaces. Gustav squinted his eyes as he looked from another angle. His current issue now was he was trying to get the right angle at which he could use Lightning Blitz from. With how far Lightning Blitz could take him, he could find himself in a concentrated area of cracks, and making contact with any one of them, according to Great Ears Anatus, would result in annihilation. Lightning Blitz was even more powerful than before, so it would take him beyond the area he needed to be, which was quite dangerous. Either Gustav moved backwards to more than 100,000 meters so he could be able to use Lightning Blitz and arrive at the exact spot needed to absorb a part of its energy, or he activated Lightning Blitz at the moment and go even further than 100,000 meters beyond the required area. The second option had the danger of him arriving in a concentrated area where contact with the cracks would be made. Gustav decided to pick none of them because the time he would spend heading back so he could make use of the ability safely would also be the same amount of time he would spend if he decided to head forward with his usual speed. If I wasn't checking on Miss Amy, I would have told them to stop further away. Gustav noted this as a mistake. However, at this same instant, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. How far away are you guys at the moment? Gustav questioned as he turned around. About 100,000 feet away from your position, sir, one of the pilots answered. It was quite the distance, and Gustav knew he would spend a lot of time trying to get there. But he had a different thought in mind. Go further. Increase our distance by another 300,000 feet, Gustav instructed. Chapter 1029, Absorbing Energy from the Cracks. The pilots had no idea why he asked them to do this, but they obeyed. It only took about a few seconds before they gave Gustav the distance he asked for, since spacecraft were extremely fast. After giving Gustav feedback of the distance they had left, Gustav reached out to his wrist area and began to tap on the surface of a screen. Love. 2. The instant the dimensional bracelet finished counting down, Gustav disappeared from his location. Zing! He reappeared right above the massive spacecraft in the next instant that was more than 400,000 feet away. The instant Gustav arrived on it, a smirk appeared on his face. It's a good thing I made the spacecraft a checkpoint before Eft, Gustav said internally as he turned to face the direction of the cracks. Once more he was over 800,000 feet away, and this was the precise distance he needed between himself and the cracks. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Thria Gustav instantly turned into a lightning streak that cut across space with intense speed, arriving more than 120 miles away from its initial position. He had crossed all the distance required in an instant and arrived right in front of the cracks. CCHRRHHHHHH. The instant Gustav reappeared, his entire outer covering, including the suit, was set on intense flames. HNNGHHH. Gustav groaned, as everything was disintegrated in barely a second by the intense flames. He pushed the cylinder item in his grasp forward and twisted the top, open as quickly as he could. A strain of energy began to phase into the cylindrical item with intensity, while Gustav had already turned completely naked. Hiya! As the energy was being absorbed, Gustav screamed out intensely while also activating gravitational emergency container. Zun, 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 zun. Spherical blue orbs began to appear all around him and started absorbing the energy from the heat wave the cracks were bringing. They were getting filled instantly and taking a little bit off the damage Gustav's body would have received, but at the same time, Gustav was barely holding on. He had not expected that it would be this powerful to the point that his strong body and regeneration couldn't keep up. Gustav decided to use his body as conduit at this point. As the sample of the energy was collected completely, the dimensional bracelet. It's destroyed, Gustav said internally with a look of regret. His body would burn away, and he wouldn't be able to get the sample out of here if he didn't find a way to heal up a little so he could get away. His body had burnt to the point that he could barely make a move. He began absorbing energy from the surroundings at this point to heal up. Gustav was worried about getting overfilled with energy and exploding, which was why he was trying to absorb. Only a little, but the instant he did. What are these? Gustav voiced out with a tone of confusion as he began to see visions. At the same time, the cracks in space began to expand crazily and faster all of a sudden. The heat waves went up several notches in an instant while Gustav was in his trance, like state seeing visions that shook him to his very core. He screamed out as the energy was becoming unbearable while his flesh was ripping apart and mending at the same pace. The pilots who were on standby with the spaceship almost 200,000 meters away were instantly put on the alert as the ship's alarm system began to go off. It's expanding. We have to get further away from here. Both of them voiced out with tones of urgency as they spotted the readings of the energy and heat waves approaching. What of Officer Crimson? The co-pilot asked with a worried tone. Look at that, the pilot shouted out as he pointed at the front. Thria hit this. The cracks were speeding at a tremendous rate, and the ship had begun vibrating intensely, and electrical charges were going off within it due to the powerful energy being spread across this part of space. Do you think anyone would be able to survive that? The pilot yelled out as he started up the spacecraft. Let me do a quick scan. He might be on his way back. The co-pilot voiced out while turning on some parts of the engine and tapping some commands in the control room. We have to leave now. The pilot yelled out once more as he pushed a button and began navigating the ship. 1 second. The co-pilot yelled out too. At this point, the cracks were closing in on their area and wasn't too distant from them anymore. Now, the pilot voiced out. A radar could be seen scanning the surroundings of the ship, and in the next instant it came up with a result saying there was no sign of life range. He's not there, the co-pilot stated before also playing his part and joined the pilot in navigation. Suwon, the spacecraft, turned around and blasted forward at an insane speed as the cracks arrived at its initial position. Even with the protective shield in place, part of the spacecraft ended up getting fried from the heat wave, but luckily the pilots were able to get away unscathed. They couldn't understand what had just happened, but they were absolutely sure that Gustav couldn't have survived from that. In 1 second, everything seemed normal, and the cracks were spreading at a moderate speed, which was the usual speed they were aware of, and in the next instant it was suddenly spreading at an insane rate. Before they knew what was happening, it had spread across a radius of 100,000 meters in space within seconds. The heat waves had tripled in intensity, and things just generally got worse since they were unable to obtain the sample they came for. Deep within the spread of the cracks, Gustav had given out and was losing consciousness at this point. The heat waves had destroyed his body from the outside, and the energy he was absorbing had nearly destroyed him completely from within. His eyelids were close to shutting completely when he spotted something. The MBO tower. What do you mean by he didn't survive? Did you two wait for him? Did you even check? Grady Xanatus yelled out with a furious tone as he spoke through a communication channel. Sir, we did. Maybe you should try connecting to his comms, the pilot voiced from the other side. You think I haven't tried that? I can't contact him. There is no readings here, and I can't see through the cams that were installed in his suit. All forms of communication has been cut off, Grady Xanatus stated with a frustrated tone. I think we have to see things for how they are now, sir. What do you mean by that? The situation was a completely unexpected one, because when he arrived at the Absorbion point, he was still very much okay, but after what had happened, I doubt he survived, sir. Shut up. He cannot be dead. I am coming there myself. Grady Xanatus yelled out before cutting the call. He had never looked so mad and disturbed before, as he kept pacing around the boardroom for a bit. It's Gustav. He cannot be gone. He's definitely still alive, but he might just need help. Grady Xanatus recalled that Gustav had managed to slip out of so many dangerous situations, and hoped this would be yet another one he survived. I need to get there now. The situation has worsened, Grady Xanatus voiced as he walked towards the entrance of the boardroom. However, just as he got to the door, another call came in. Grady Xanatus picked up as he noticed that the call was from the pilots. What is it? He voiced out as their faces appeared in holographic format. Sir, a strange phenomenon is happening right now. Huh? Look at it, sir. The holographic feedback changed, and what Grady Xanatus saw made his face beam with an even more confused look. It's changing color. Grady Xanatus voiced out. Pretty much, sir. But the gaps in the cracks looks like they're closing up as well. I can see that it is no longer spreading as well, Grady Xanatus voiced out. Yes, sir. We decided to head back, so we could give a good report of the location after the weird situation. When we saw this, the main pilot voiced out. That color, it's starting to emulate the look of Earth's sun. The pilot completed Grady Xanatus' statement. Grady Xanatus wasn't sure of saying those out because he felt he might be the only one seeing what this was starting to form, but now he had no doubt that he was seeing correctly. Chapter 10, 30 Unbelievable Revelations. I am on my way right now, Grady Xanatus voiced out as he quickly moved out of the boardroom. Darkness. This was all Gustav could see at the moment, and he had no idea how long it had been, but now he was conscious enough to know that this was because his eyes were closed. Gustav slowly opened his eyes, causing his sight to be blinded by brightness, which made him squint them. He slowly adapted to the brightness as his sense of self began to return. As the blurriness died down, he spotted a familiar-looking face right above his. He voiced out in confusion as he finally realized his head was laying on soft tissue, while the rest of his body was on the hard ground. You're finally awake. He heard this familiar feminine voice call out to him, which proved he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. This also made him realize the soft tissue was actually the laps belonging to this beautiful figure who had just spoke. He stared at her face, and dazzling gray-colored long hair banded together with a look of disbelief before finally opening his mouth. Miss Amy, Gustav voiced out. Oh, good you can speak. I thought you had turned mute, Miss Amy voiced out in response. Gustav jerked up at this point and stared at her with his face still showing a look of intense disbelief. How is this possible? What are you doing here? Where is even here? Gustav voiced out these series of questions, as he jumped to his feet. "Is this the thank you I get for saving your ass?" Miss Amy voiced out. "Huh? What even happened?" Gustav voiced out with a confused look as he finally turned to look around. His eyes widened even more as he spotted the brownish plain grounds all around them. He looked up and could see white lines in the sky like cracks. However, these white lines were already starting to change color in some areas. "What is going on? Where is this?" He voiced out one more as a dose of reality hit him. "Take deep breaths. First, you were pretty damaged a while ago," Miss Amy voiced out as she also stood to her feet. "It was you this whole time?" Gustav questioned with a confused tone as he stared at her. "Huh? What do you mean?" Miss Amy questioned. "The whole phenomenon in space. You were the one causing it. All those times I connected to your life sign to check on you. How did I miss this?" Gustav voiced out as he connected the dots. It now made sense how this place that used to have low visibility now turned bright exactly around the same period the whole weird phenomenon began. He was never able to see the sky due to Miss Amy's head angle every time. And the last time he checked on her, he actually spotted a bit, but he wasn't able to properly check because it was time for him to leave the spacecraft. "I don't know what you're talking about, kid, but I'll tell you what I've been up to these past few months," Miss Amy voiced in response. Gustav stood in place with a look of curiosity as Miss Amy began narrating. "After I got infected, I destroyed my seal on my way out of Earth to boost my speed. I was close to breaking through to the next rank days before the incident, so in the dangerous process, I actually broke through." Miss Amy paused a bit at this point, and that's when it happened. Miss Amy's mind drifted back to that time. In space, she drifted forward with intense speed way faster than the speed of light because she had just broken through to the beacon rank. Due to being in a dangerous state, she was unable to control her speed. At that point, a phenomenon happened where a wormhole was opened, but it was not the usual one the MBO had planted in different parts of space. This one was caused by the surge of energy Miss Amy was exuding as she sped across space. She was unable to control herself in time to stop and ended up flying straight into the wormhole. Unfortunately, she found herself in an unknown dark dimension that was in between time and space. She had no idea where this was, but she wasn't dying anymore from the ashy infection that made Earth and its surroundings unconducive for her. The only problem was Miss Amy noticed she couldn't breathe because air didn't exist in this place. Herself, Jack, and a few other mixed bloods who were considered the most powerful on Earth were able to travel across galaxies and breathe in space without issues, even though oxygen was not supposed to exist in space. The problem this time was there was no form of wind at all in this place. Miss Amy could, however, hold her breath for a very long time, so at the moment it wasn't an issue. The first thing she thought of doing was getting out of this dimension that was dark, empty, and in the middle of nowhere. It was like being banished to a place of nothingness. It was lonely, and there was really no signs of life. Miss Amy decided to create something that would help her with a breathing issue instead, since getting out of the place was proving difficult and impossible. The instant she tried to generate power, Miss Amy noticed her entire core was overflowing with over 100 times more power than before. She couldn't even imagine how powerful she was at the moment, and yet she still couldn't find her way out of here. She suddenly felt the urge to stop holding her breath, and did so. This was when Miss Amy realized she didn't need to breathe anymore. She had transcended that aspect of humanity. She tried creating something, and with a single thought it appeared. "Hover bike," she voiced, and in an instant a bright light appeared in front of her, which turned into an hover bike. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1030. 1. I created my own planet. Miss Amy proceeded to call out different objects and items, and they all appeared in an instant. proving that she had way more power than she had ever had at this moment. The main problem was still getting out of here, which was in the middle of nowhere. But Miss Amy felt she could spend this time trying to grasp the full extent of her power. In a week, more than 1,000,000 things were floating in this space with her, and most of them had been created instantly. Miss Amy just had to imagine whatever she wanted to create so long as it was a non-living thing, and it would appear. There were skyscrapers floating across the place, small buildings, rocks, appliances, and so many other things. Vanish, Miss Amy voiced out. HCCCIHHHH. Every single thing she created during this time frame suddenly disappeared. My energy is finite, but it is almost infinite. I would never be able to deplete it even if I was to keep creating things for 1 year straight. Miss Amy muttered, but at this point, a thought appeared in her mind. I should try that, she muttered as the picture of a flying creature appeared in her mind. Since a bright white light began forming in front of her, and in a few seconds, a dove appeared. It worked, Miss Amy muttered with a look of disbelief as she saw the creature flapping its beautiful wings in front of her. PLA, 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 PLA. It flew around her beautifully and perched on her left shoulder. I can create life. Miss Amy's head was still reeling in shock. She proceeded to touch the creature on her left shoulder gently, as it made some bird noises. The place seemed less lonely as the dove brightened the mood up a bit. However, this whole scenario was short-lived as the dove began to make a weird, pitched sound. Miss Amy didn't understand what was happening at first till the bird began to flap weakly and began to fall from the air. She grabbed it and finally understood. It's dying, she voiced out. No air. The creature ended up dying after a few more seconds, and Miss Amy allowed it to vanish as well. Zaya's hez. It turned into a white light and phased into Miss Amy's body in the next instant. This didn't happen with the others, so Miss Amy realized that she would only lose a noticeable amount of energy when she created something with life, or something very massive. Miss Amy had another thought at this point, and decided to create something that had never been done before by any mixed blood that ever lived. For living things to stay alive, they need an environment that is conducive for them. They need air, they need an ecosystem, sky, and land. As these thoughts appeared in her mind, her eyes turned completely white, and her body emitted a powerful discharge of energy. Zinzen, Miss Amy could feel herself losing energy at this point, but she knew exactly what was happening, so she didn't stop it. Out of nowhere, rumbling sounds began to ring out as something was forming underneath her. I started creating my own planet. Miss Amy paused her narration at this point. You created this? Gustav voiced with a surprised tone as he turned to look around. Yes, it wasn't easy and took a lot of time, but I managed to get it done, Miss Amy stated in response. Gustav's mouth was wide open at this point as he looked around. He could see some birds flying in the distance, and due to his perception, he could sense flowing water some distance from here. From what Miss Amy narrated, he knew that the air he was breathing right now was also created by Miss Amy, since this unknown dimension was void of air. It was a crazy situation to fathom altogether, and Gustav was having a hard time taking it all in. Did you finish it yet, though? Gustav questioned. I am not finished yet, but I am done with the size and outlook, just need to put a few other things in place, Miss Amy responded. So the phenomenon was because you were creating a planet and life within this dimension, and it was expanding at a rate that was ripping the fabric of space apart. Gustav felt everything made sense now as he put things together. It affected the outside world. Miss Amy questioned with a clueless tone. Yes, we were worried something dangerous was happening, Gustav responded, and then proceeded to explain how things had been recently. He told her about the phenomenon in space which was linked to her planet's creation. Interesting, it started around the same time I started creating a sun, Miss Amy voiced out. You were creating a sun? Gustav stated in shock. A planet cannot exist without a source of light, dummy, Miss Amy stated. The heat wave. The sun she was creating is the true reason behind it. Gustav pieced everything together at this point and turned to stare in a direction. The cracks. They're in the process of forming a sun. We were walking right into a sun. Gustav nearly face-bombed as he spotted the cracks far in the sky that were now changing color and closing the gaps in between. So it turned out I just needed to create a planet and a sun to burn through space and get out of here. Miss Amy chuckled lightly, as she also pieced some things together from Gustav's narration. How did you even save me? Gustav questioned. I felt your presence, Miss Amy stated before proceeding to narrate what happened a few hours ago. While Miss Amy was on her planet in the midst of the creation, she heard a yell. The voice sounded too familiar for her to ignore. She turned to stare towards the western sky at this point where the sun was being formed. Fush! She took off into the sky in the next instant. Chapter 1032, I killed him. She turned to stare towards the west sky at this point where the sun was being formed. Fush! She took off into the sky in the next instant and appeared right in the midst of the cracks that still spread on farther than expected. She was unaffected in the slightest by the heat waves, but as she traveled further, she noticed the rips in the sky and a part of the area the cracks covered transitioning into a different place. Space. Miss Amy instantly recognized this to be space the further she flew. It was surprising to her because she had no idea the cracks had already breached through space from out of this dimension. She heard the yell once more and stared forward. This was when she spotted a figure holding onto a head-sized cylindrical object while floating in place with their body ripping apart and mending at the same time. Gustav? Miss Amy had a look of shock as she recognized the figure to be Gustav. He can't take any more of this, she noticed, and quickly sped forward once more. The moment she arrived in front of him, she noticed he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Pa! Miss Amy snapped her fingers, and in the next instant a bright barrier covered the both of them up, shielding him completely from the heat wave. The energy he was absorbing stopped flowing in at this moment, and Gustav's eyes finally closed completely as he fell forward. Grab! Miss Amy grabbed hold of him, hugging Gustav to her body. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, which was a very rare scenario. Miss Amy proceeded to stroke his hair softly as she continued holding on to him while they descended from the air. Gustav was a head taller than Miss Amy, but she still managed to hold on to him like he was a baby. She was curious about the whole space issue, but she decided now wasn't the time to check that out and placed Gustav's head on her laps upon landing. She noticed he was badly damaged, and most of it was from within, which was the worst form of damage. So Miss Amy began to transmit energy into him from herself. Coupled with his own healing ability, Gustav was able to heal quickly and regained consciousness in 3 hours' time. That is what happened. Miss Amy finished narrating how they got to this point. So, you had no idea. You had broken out of this dimension the whole time? Gustav voiced out. Yeah, so how is Earth? Miss Amy questioned with a slightly curious tone. I killed him, Gustav voiced in response, like he already knew what Miss Amy was referring to with that question. Oh. A smirk appeared on Miss Amy's face as she heard this. So that bastard is finally dead. Too bad. I wasn't able to kill him myself. Did you torture him, though? She proceeded to ask. He did more than that. Gustav responded with a slight chuckle. Tell me all about it. Planet Mendologa's slash. Bang. Bam. Boom. Sounds of explosion and collisions rang out as a battle between a group of mixed bloods and beast was playing out. These beasts had dark mist emitting from their eyes, claws, and skull, but they were physical enough to take damage. There were more than 20 of them ambushing this group of 4, but these 4 were strong enough to hold their own and had been doing well so far in dealing with the beasts. A lever swerved to the right in midair as a 6-legged beast leaped towards her. She spun with her legs stretching out, which in turn slammed into the back of the creature. Bang! Another one was sent crashing down. It slammed into a fellow beast, and Elevra went on to fire a destructive beam from her forehead to finish them off. EE, on the other side, conjured up multiple vortexes in front of these creatures, sucking them in and letting them get tossed across the place. Bam, 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 bam. These beasts kept slamming into each other as the vortexes were positioned in a circular format across the place, making it so the beasts were pulled into another vortex the moment they got out of one. EE would occasionally attack, some using physical combat after incapacitating them with the pulls of the vortexes. Pan de N0. VL, the captain on the other side, sent out destructive circular waves with both arms. With every fist he sent out, a wave was blasted across the place that transferred the damage to the other beasts in the vicinity. He could focus on one beast, and other beasts would be getting damage from the attack he was inflicting on the beast. The strange waves made sure to transmit the damage from the attack all across the place. Davidson, on the other hand, had transformed into a gorilla-like creature with golden-colored furs and glowing white eyes. His physical strength had been greatly improved, and he could shoot flames from his mouth. He pounded these beasts from place to place while showering them with flames as well. In a few more minutes the battle ended, and all that could be seen around them were multiple corpses of these beasts. "This makes the 7th swarm we've faced," E voiced out. "What's wrong, Boy Scout? You running out of energy?" Davidson questioned with a slightly ridiculing chuckle as he transformed back into his original form. "Far from it," E responded with an unbothered tone. "He dealt with more of the beasts than you did, though," Elevra voiced out, as well causing Davidson's smile to fade. In the battles so far, there wasn't a doubt that Elevra was the most powerful here with the way she was finishing each creature with a single or 2 attacks. They were quite the power group, but she had even taken care of creatures that attacked from their blind spots while still dealing with the ones in front of her, so Davidson didn't want to get on her bad side. "We're close. I can see the wall," Captain Spark voiced out as he looked up ahead. "Let's keep moving then. We've been here for too long," Elevra voiced in response. "Hold on, since I can see the wall too, I can get us there," E voiced out before conjuring a vortex. Soon, a purplish vortex opened up in front of them, and they proceeded to jump in. In the next instant, everyone arrived before the gigantic wall that was over 10,000 feet tall. "We're here," Captain Spark voiced out. "There are creatures lurking on the walls. It will be a battle if we're climbing up," Elevra stated as she looked up. "Can you get us to the top?" Captain Spark inquired as he stared at EB. He didn't want them to spend time trying to scale the wall, while also having to battle creatures, since they had spent a lot of time in this hole. "I can't see the top, but since I know how high the wall is, then yeah. It'll just project my vortex that far," he voiced out before proceeding to open up another vortex. At the same time he did this, a loud beast cry reverberated across the vicinity. "That's the strongest creature here. It has noticed us," Elevra voiced out as she turned around. "How strong?" Davidson questioned. "Just get into the vortex," Elevra voiced out before pushing him forward. "You go next," Captain Spark voiced out, but before he knew what was happening, Elevra pushed him in as well. At this same time, the sound of beast paws stamping on the ground became increasingly loud, and in the next instant a gigantic beast about 20 feet large appeared right behind them. Elevra and Evie were left, but there was barely enough time. Elevra stared at EE and was about to push him in when the vortex suddenly turned red. Both of them instantly got sucked in while the creature charged forward as well. Bam! They fell to the ground, which was atop the wall, and the vortex above them hadn't closed up yet. Grayer, a loud creature yell was heard as the head of this gigantic creature poked through the vortex in the next instant. "Idiot!" He stared at the vortex and stretched out his right hand before clenching it. The vortex closed up in the next instant, and a massive decapitated head fell to the ground with blood oozing out. No matter how powerful a creature is, They're bound to die with that type of foolishness, E voiced as Elevra gave him a hand and helped in pulling him up. Did you really try to push me in and face it yourself? E voiced with a slight chuckle. If that is what is required to save you, I would do it again, Elevra stated in response without batting an eyelid. Who had always been confident-looking, suddenly turned shy at this moment as he stared at Elevra from behind, who had begun walking away after saying that. Chapter 1033. Who had always been confident-looking, suddenly turned shy at this moment as he stared at Elevra from behind, who had begun walking away after saying that. He proceeded to follow after them, as well as they headed to the checkpoint. You've been here this whole time? Eldris voiced out to a yellow-skinned lady in front of him. Yeah, it's been almost 3 weeks now, she responded while looking around with a worried look. We're here to take you back, you'll be fine, Glade voiced out. He needs more help than I do, since we ran out of healing supplements to help him, the yellow-skinned girl said, while pointing at the other person who was laying on the ground. There was an unconscious guy on the floor with a red, rocky-like hair and multiple Band-Aid wrapped around exposed part of his skin. It was obvious that this person had been severely injured due to the multiple bloodstains on different parts of his body. Both of them were clad in MBO uniforms signifying that were officers as well. These two were none other than the officers from the previous group who were said to have met their end here while embarking on the mission. Glade and Eldris had managed to locate them after searching for a long time in an area called Land of Shadows. It was very difficult for them to get to this place, but according to calculations from the co-captain, it was triangulated that this could be one of the areas where the only two who survived might be hiding out. They previously checked 2 other areas based on their closeness to the rock structure where the device was hidden, but they didn't find them there. Fortunately, they were hiding in this dangerous land that was said to be overrun by shadowy creatures without physical bodies. Did you also run out of bloodline energy? Eldris questioned. Yes, and I am finding it hard to recover because of my injuries. So we've been hiding in this shed within the Land of Shadows all this time, the yellow-skinned female responded. There will be a spacecraft arriving in T-007 hours. We just need to make sure we get to the checkpoint in time, Eldris stated while moving towards the other male officer and lifting him onto his shoulder. Get on my back, Glade voiced out to the lady who proceeded to do as required. What about the mission? The lady officer asked after getting on Glade's back. The others are handling it. Well, all meet back at the checkpoint, Eldris voiced as they began moving out of this shed-like structure. The female officer had managed to build this when they arrived here, and despite it being really lousy looking, it was good enough for them to hide within. Glade, let's move, Eldris voiced out before charging forward. Zwoosh, a red aura-like energy surrounded Glade, and in the next instant, she also blasted forward with immense speed, catching up with Eldris. This particular area had some weird-looking root-like plants growing out of the pitch-black ground. These roots were around 10 to 15 meters long, which was practically the same size with trees on Earth, but they looked a lot different from trees. However, one could consider this a Mendologa forest with the way it looked. While Edelris and Glade sped forward across this land of shadows, some weird black streaks could be seen moving from root to root. One on your 6, Eldris voiced out. Glade suddenly spun around at this time as a 4-foot-long red sickle appeared in her grasp. Fwai, she swung it out and it phased right through a shadowy figure that just leaped from a tree. However, the moment it passed through, a suction force came from the sickle, which ended up pulling the shadowy figure into it, as it repeatedly spun across the air. Glade had already turned right back around after throwing the sickle, so she never stopped running forward. As they sped through the mist of these multiple root-like trees, more of these creatures attacked from every angle, and Eldris, who was able to grasp every aspect of his surroundings due to his heightened senses from closing his eyes, informed Glade of every position these creatures were appearing from. It was easier for Glade to deal with them as the lady on her back held onto her body, so Glade didn't have to be bothered about her hands being occupied. Eldris, on the other hand, had to hold onto the unconscious figure of the male officer properly, so he was quite handicapped in the situation of Thess attacking shadowy figures. Fortunately, Glade was able to deal with every single one of them as they dashed across this territory. "Be careful not to awake the big one," the lady officer voiced out. "Big one," Glade and Edelris voiced at the same time with looks of confusion. In the next instant, the entire vicinity began quaking heavily. GHHBBBBLHHHHBBB. The dark roots vibrated intensely as this quake went on for a couple of seconds. "Shit," the lady voiced out. "What's wrong?" Glade questioned as they kept running. "You guys just woke it up, the big one," she voiced in response. "What is the big one?" Glade questioned. "Look behind you," Eldris stated. Glade turned around and could see dark strings pulling out of the ground in some areas as the ground spilt open. A massive circular-shaped, shadowy figure with multiple dark strings attached to its frame that acted as arms and legs could be spotted reaching out from the ground. "Move away!" Eldris yelled out as he leapt towards the left. Glade managed to leap towards the right in that same instant, and a dark line cut through their middle before slamming into the ground in front. Bang! KRRRYYCHHH. The ground instantly split open upon the collision, and dark flames burst forth from the cracks. Both of them instantly felt the temperature increase by a couple thousand degrees. The flames had not made contact with them, yet they felt like their skins were being cooked by the temperature increase it was causing. "You couldn't tell us about the big one before?" Glade voiced out with a tone of wariness as they kept running forward, looking to escape this creature. "My bad. There's actually 3 of them, but hopefully we only have to deal with this one," she voiced with an apologetic tone. "Glade, jump!" Eldris yelled out once more. Both of them proceeded to jump upwards in the next instant, and 2 dark strings from the creature's body slashed across their previous position below. It ended up ruining a couple of roots due to its powerful destructiveness, and once more dark flames oozed out of anything the strings made contact with. "Jade, can we beat this things?" Eldris was starting to get mad from the intense heat wave. "You'd have to be at least kilo rank to kill it, but you 2 are a rank below like me," the injured female officer responded while shaking her head. "I'll take my chances," Eldris voiced out before opening his eyes. Zua was in the vicinity instantly turned colorless, leaving things transparent, unlike how it would be before, with everywhere turning black and white. "Glade, catch," Eldris voiced out as he leapt into the air once more, towards Glade's direction, and dropped the unconscious body he was initially carrying. Glade caught the body of the unconscious officer and continued running forward as Eldris turned around. "I'll catch up with you later," Eldris voiced out as his beautiful eyes stared in the direction of the circular shadowy creature. It made a weird squealing sound after seeing that one of its prey had stopped to face it, moving forward slowly. The creature stopped several feet away from Eldris, sizing him up while also trying to intimidate him. After staying in position for a bit and seeing that Eldris did not buckle, it charged forward once more. "Color separation," Eldris muttered softly as he joined his index and middle finger together. As the creature leaped across the air towards Eldris while firing out its multiple dark strings towards him, he stabbed forward with his 2 fingers. A weird phenomenon happened in the next instant as a multicolored glow appeared at his conjoined fingertips while they stabbed forward. A group of 4 in dark suits could be seen approaching an area behind a mountain. 3 of them were males while the 4th was a female. "We've finally arrived," EE voiced with a tone of relief as they arrived behind the small green-colored mountain. "Took you guys long enough," a familiar voice was heard from up ahead. "Angie, as expected you got here first," EE voiced with a light chuckle as he moved towards her position. "Been here for hours wondering when you guys would get here," Angie voiced with a slightly frustrated tone. Chapter 1034. Angie was currently seating on a small rock up ahead and had a slightly bored look. You're truly as fast as they say you are, Co-Captain Davidson voiced in surprise after finding out she had been here for hours. How long till the spacecraft arrives? Angie questioned. 1 hour left, Davidson responded. What about Eldris and Glade? She questioned while looking around. They must be close by. I should be able to contact the command from here and let them know of our status, so we don't have to spend any longer time in this dump, Co-Captain Davidson stated as he began tapping on the device in front of him. It turned out they were unable to contact the command since they had acquired the device, or this whole situation would have ended already. This checkpoint was the only place that made a position for their connection to reach outer space, so they could finally give a report. Why don't we wait for Eldris and Glade to be back with the other two first? Angie voiced out. Because as soon as they know we have acquired device, nothing stops them from taking further actions. So the more we delay, the longer they have to stall, Captain Spark explained. Hey, it's actually connecting, Davidson voiced as the call started going through. They're coming, EE suddenly voiced out as he spotted figures approaching from the east area. Everyone turned to stare in that direction as they heard that. Hold up! Something doesn't seem right, Elevra and Edie voiced at the same time. Hands off the communication device. A feminine voice resounded from up ahead. Davidson voiced in confusion as the group approached. As they got closer, they could see that some unknown lady and guy had their hands wrapped around the necks of Glade and Eldris. I have the life of your teammates in my hand, and yes, they are unable to access their bloodline abilities at the moment, so don't expect them to overpower me, the yellow-skinned lady voiced out. Aren't you two supposed to be from the other team? Elevra voiced with a confused tone. They are long gone, ha ha ha, foolish mixed bloods, the lady voiced out as they moved closer to the group. I and my subordinate took over their bodies a long time ago and deceived these two into bringing us here. So we can take back what you stole from us, the lady voiced out while increasing the grip on Eldris' throat. Eldris had a look of disappointment on his face as he heaved out a sigh. He felt like he had truly let the team down at this point. They can't fight back, and none of you can get to us in time to free both of them before they are killed. If you try any nonsense, at least one of them will die, the yellow-skinned lady voiced out. Dash, come in, Retrival Squad. Have you completed the mission? A loud voice was heard from the communication device. Disconnect now, or they die, she voiced out once more while holding Eldris' neck and lifting him. The other officer, who was also supposed to be unconscious all this time, was actually okay. He was holding on to Glade, who had turned all weak, as well since they were unable to activate their bloodline energies. It was all a ploy, and their minds had been taken over by unknown Mandalogas. It was obvious that the Mandalogas who took over their minds were elders, since they were capable of doing such. Dash, Retrieval Squad. The call was disconnected before the sentence could be completed. Pass over what you stole right away, the yellow-skinned lady voiced out. Don't do it, Eldris yelled out, but her hand tightened around his throat, more causing him to start coughing uncontrollably. I have no sympathy for Earthlings. If you foolishly wish for his death, then disobey, she voiced out once more. This is bad, this is very bad, he said internally as he thought of a way out of this. They all had worried looks on their faces as they wondered how they would get out of this situation. They didn't want all of their hard work to go to waste, but at the same time, they couldn't let Eldris and Glade die. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't be killed here, also after they gave them what they wanted. It was really a problematic situation. Earth-breaking news. The space agency has uncovered a new discovery. IT has been revealed that a new planet has appeared in the Milky Way. IT is totally confusing and unbelievable how such a thing just happened, but currently the planet has been reported to be on the move. IT is estimated to be on a collision path to Earth and will arrive within 4 days. Everyone is expected not to panic, as the world government will be giving a statement about this situation soon enough. It is also expected that the barrier surrounding the Earth will protect the Earth from any form of impact from the collision. However, there has been a huge scare as it has been revealed that the planet is thrice the size of the Earth with a new sun that is 4 times hotter as well. Breaking news! It has been revealed that the planet is expanding further on its collision course to Earth as well as its sun. It just sprouted a new moon. The MBO are said to be investigating the current situation, and the world government will be addressing the situation soon. In the last 3 days, the news had been mostly passing across this catastrophic information that was causing a big disturbance across the Earth. The Earth had just survived a worldwide cataclysmic event, and now it looked like another one was about to happen. A lot of people didn't doubt the capacity of the barrier surrounding Earth, but at the same time the planet approaching was said to be 3 times larger. This was ringing warning bells in their heads. Currently, the MBO was getting lots of queries and disturbing calls from the world government, and even the people themselves. Space, yes sir, it just passed us by. Why have you not made contact yet? We tried to. The problem is not the speed. The problem is the energy waves it spreads across the vicinity. It makes it impossible to get close. Are you telling me you lots missed it again? What are you doing up there then? Sir, it'll send you a data of the energy readings after a few moments of silence. What? How is this even possible? We need an alpha-ranked mixed blood. No other mixed blood will be able to come close to this moving planet. All right, I'll get back to you. We need to be quick on this, sir. In 1 day time it will arrive at Neptune's orbit, and no doubt destroy the entire planet with how fast it's moving and its size. That's if the planet's sun doesn't even end up burning Neptune to a crisp. And you know what planet is next after all the other planets have been razed through, sir? Understood, Officer Zanatus. This will be settled in a bit. After this, the communication was cut, and Gradier Zanatus was left standing in the spacecraft with a bothered expression. It wasn't until I arrived here before I realized it was a planet appearing out of nowhere with a recently formed sun. We have been sending researchers over to inspect a sun all this time, he thought as he moved forward. There's still a possibility the kid survived. He could even be on the planet. I hope he is as unkillable as I think. Gradier Zanatus arrived at the pilot's area before issuing a command. We're still going after the planet, but keep a considerable distance from it. He voiced out. Yes, sir. The main pilot voiced out as the engine of the spacecraft started once more. They went on to turn around and sped forward. Suwon and Gustav had been gone for over 3 days, but it wasn't until Gradier Zanatus arrived at space before the planet was spotted. Before they could approach, the planet began moving. No one understood the dynamics of this, as it was moving just as fast as a spacecraft despite its size. Even with that, the planet should be affected by moving at such a speed, yet it was still in a good condition according to the reports of the space agency inspecting all the way from Earth. The advantage a spacecraft had over the planet was being able to enter wormholes without issues due to size. The ones created by the MBO that would make them travel faster could not expand to the size of the planet, so it couldn't travel as fast as the spacecraft. However, some wormholes were still getting generated from its speed, and it would be unaffected in the slightest even after going through those ones. It took some time, but the spacecraft Gradier Zanatus was within began to catch up to the planet. Chapter 1035. A massive blazing spherical structure could be seen moving at very insane speed. One couldn't actually tell how the planet looked from this direction due to how much it was blazing intensely, but for some reason this blaze wasn't even damaging the planet. I need to find out if the kid is still alive, Gradier Zanatus voiced, as stood in a part of the spacecraft while checking out the planet from afar. Can we get a scope and that would get a picture of the planet in closer range? Gradier Zanatus questioned. Have you thought of a name, though? Gustav voiced out while laying on a bed of flowers. Nope. Miss Amy, who was laying right beside him, responded with an unbothered tone. Want to help come up with a name? She proceeded to question him. Nah, I'm bad with names. Maybe you should name it after yourself. Amy Planet has a good ring to it, Gustav voiced in response. You weren't kidding when you said you were bad with names, Miss Amy said, while shaking her head. Gustav proceeded to shrug casually as he stared at the beautiful scenario of large flying creatures playing in the sky. So, you're basically a god now, Gustav voiced out with an astonished tone. Goddess. The term seems too religious, but I'll take it, Miss Amy said in response. But hey, don't you think people of Earth will be worried with the planet getting closer to Earth's? Gustav said with a slightly troubled tone. Nah, I won't get too close. It will still be as far away as the sun is from Neptune. And then I'll position my own sun in the other direction, Miss Amy stated. How long will that take? Gustav inquired. In half a day we should get there, Miss Amy responded. You want to eat something? She proceeded to ask. Nah, I'm good. Hold on. A thought appeared in Gustav's mind as he sat up and turned to stare at Miss Amy. You can create anything. That means you can create food too. But what happens when I eat the food you create? Will it serve its original purpose or disappear after reaching a particular point within my body? Gustav questioned with a serious look that nearly had Miss Amy cackling. I have no idea, actually. I haven't tested that since I don't feel the need to eat anymore to stay alive, Miss Amy responded with a clueless look. Does this make you the strongest? Mixed blood now. Gustav questioned. Maybe not. I can tell Jack was holding back in his fight against me the last time because both our strengths was capable of causing the Earth irreparable damage if the fight went on. So I have never fought him at full strength even back then. I never knew the full extent of his strength, and he never knew mine that time, but I have a feeling he might have been slightly stronger, just a hunch though, Miss Amy stated out. But I am a whole lot more powerful than I used to be. I am no longer a normal mixed blood again since what happened. Still, I can't assume I am stronger if I never knew his full strength, she added. Gustav had a look of contemplation as he heard that if you're stronger now, you may have ruined some things for me, Gustav muttered. Ha! You cheeky Brett, you should take pride in the fact that your teacher is the strongest, Miss Amy voiced out before grabbing his left cheek and pulling it. Ouch! Ow! Ow! How am I ruining things for you? By getting stronger, you dollop heads. No, I meant a wonderful great master. I am delighted at your newfound power. That sounded so fake. Miss Amy pulled on Gustav's cheek even more and tackled him to the ground before sitting on him. Gustav was unable to free himself for a long time despite trying to wriggle away like a snake. After a bit, they both started laughing again, and one could tell that they had both genuinely missed each other despite not saying it outright. Does this mean you'll never step foot on Earth again, since you have your own planet now? Gustav questioned. Since my body integrated with the infection, I retained the positivities but got rid of the negativities. The Earth will no longer be unconducive for me. Maybe you'll visit every once in a while, Miss Amy said with a contemplative expression. That would be nice. A smile appeared on Gustav's face as he stated. So, how does it feel to be a goddess? While the Earth was reeling in fear and disaster of the incoming planet, Miss Amy and Gustav were here chatting and laughing unbothered. Hours later, Gustav was sitting by a corner meditating and channeling his bloodline. At least that was what he told Miss Amy, when what he was actually doing was checking some stats. Quests, duration, progress 39, 80/100%, 2 years, duration, progress 34/100%, time elapsed 2 years, how has it not changed? Gustav wondered internally as he stared at his strength progress. He was expecting it to have reduced since Miss Amy had gotten to such a level of power, which was why he mentioned earlier that she may have ruined things for him. Does this mean Miss Amy is still weaker than Jack? Gustav felt it didn't make sense because no matter how Miss Amy tried to downplay her strength, nobody else in the history of mixed bloods had managed to create their own planet. It was no small feat, and he had also been in the presence of both of them, so he could sense an unfathomable level of power that wasn't present initially in Miss Amy and never present in Jack. Hold on, She mentioned something about not being a normal mixed blood again after integrating with the ashy infection. This thought began to circulate in Gustav's mind. Does this mean the stats don't count Miss Amy as a mixed blood anymore, so there are no changes? Looks like you figured it out. The system suddenly voiced in his mind. So I'm right? Gustav stated. Partly, there are two reasons why Miss Amy's newfound strength did not affect the stats. First, she's a different type of mixed blood after the integration with the ashy infection. Secondly, she created her own planet, so that practically means she's no longer an Earthling. The system explained. I guess that makes sense. Gustav responded internally. He heaved a sigh of relief after this whole realization. His progress wasn't affected and won't be, except Jack suddenly got a huge boost in strength. The thing about being weaker was the fact that his improvement rate was faster than theirs, because the stronger they became, the harder it was to advance. They were the strongest in the entire galaxy, and even across the universe, Miss Amy and Jack had always been considered amongst one of the strongest. Gustav was ecstatic about this as well, because even though Miss Amy now had her planet and would be away most of the times, he now had someone on his side who was potentially the most powerful in the world. This was a huge win for Earth as well, because Miss Amy having her own planet wouldn't stop her from protecting Earth. A few hours later, Gustav opened his eyes as he sensed something. He stood up and turned to look in Miss Amy's direction. Someone is coming, Miss Amy voiced out as she stood in place. A blinding bright light covered her in the next instant, and she was clad in a long silver outfit. It looked majestic and overbearing as she stood in place like a true deity, because that was what she was at the moment. Gustav, who was still awestruck and about to ask who, suddenly spotted a massive blue glow in the northern skies. It looked like a massive beam penetrating the planet's atmosphere from space. It shot down with intensive destructiveness, like it was ready to destroy the planet. Miss Amy looked up with a nonchalant expression before raising her hand. See, as an invisible saucer-like barrier suddenly appeared hundreds of feet above them and blocked the attack. Bang! The sound of collision as it hit spread across the vicinity heavily and caused the entire environment to start quaking. Gustav could feel the immense pressure radiating from the attack, and he knew this wasn't the type of battle he could get involved in. He turned to the side as he sensed something. Miss Amy, he voiced out. Don't worry, Miss Amy said, as she snapped her fingers. A dome suddenly appeared around Gustav, as multiple invisible saucer-like barriers appeared all over the vicinity. Bang, 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 bang. 7 more bluish, destructive beams descended from above with instantaneous speed, all slamming into the multiple barrier that Miss Amy had created all across the place. Chapter 1036. As despite all these attacks getting blocked, the speed of the planet's movement had slowed down a little due to its intense power. Miss Amy looked upwards and began to float across the air. Her entire figure was still glowing intensely as she rose into the sky. Stop being a bother, she voiced out with a light tone that surprisingly traveled so far it reached space. The person responsible for the multiple attack flew across space, following up with the movement of the planet. He heard the voice and his face squeezed up. He was clad in a blue jacket and hat. His eyes glowed blue completely, and his body had a destructive aura oozing from it. So, you are the one responsible for this? Halt the movement of this planet right now, or I will destroy it, he voiced out with a loud voice as well from the upper atmosphere of the planet. Destroy? You're 1,000,000 years too young to successfully do so. Miss Amy's voice traveled out from the planet to space once more. This mixed blood, who was obviously an alpha-ranked, instantly got incensed as he heard that. Starlight enhancement, he voiced out with a loud voice, causing all the stars within range across space to start oozing out a stream of energy. These energies flowed towards him from every direction of space as his body glowed up with a more destructive blue aura. a massive blue circular-like beam, which looked as gigantic as the Earth's moon appeared below him. Zing, 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 zing. That wasn't the end, as multiple others appeared as well and surrounded the planet from every corner. In a few, over 30 of them had appeared, and one could tell that even a single one of these destructive circular beams was capable of wreaking immense havoc. It would be unwise on your part to keep this up. Any further act to damage my planet will be seen as a malleable act, and I will not hesitate to destroy you. Miss Amy's calm, but very loud voice drifted into space once more. The alpha mixed blood totally ignored her warning, and his hand that was raised initially swung downwards. Fwai, 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 fwai. All of the moon-sized bluish beams hurled down towards Miss Amy's planet with intense speed, ripping through space as they carried destructive energy along with them. Miss Amy planet suddenly came to a stop at this point as a whitish barrier appeared and surrounded the entirety of the planet that was 3 times the size of Earth. As if that's powerful enough to stop my rain of destructive balls, he voiced out as he watched the balls collide with the barrier and let out destructive energy. Boom, 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 boom. Destructive ripples were spread across space upon collision as the massive moon-sized beams exploded with intensity. The man stood in place with a look of gratification as he felt he had handled the situation. However, in the next few moments his eyes widened with a look of disbelief. As the destructive waves cleared, the planet was still whole without even sustaining a single damage. The barrier that had surrounded it at the last second was not even cracked in the slightest. Neither was there a scratch on it. He couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the planet. Did I suddenly turn weak? He muttered with a tone of confusion. No fool, but you're weak against me. He heard a feminine voice from right beside him. The instant he turned to the side with widened eyes, a hand had already stretched out to grab him by the throat. Didn't I warn you to stop, Fred? Miss Amy questioned as her hand tightened around his throat. Me? He had a look of disbelief on his face as he saw who it was. How did she appear beside me without me realizing? Isn't she reported missing? How is she related with this whole emergency situation? He had so many questions running through his mind at the moment. I have no ties to you, so I have no problem in destroying you right now. But I am considerate enough to not cut down Earth's strength, so I'll spare your pathetic life, Miss Amy voiced out before letting him go. He breathed in and out heavily after she had let go of his neck. How did I suddenly lose all my strength the moment she grabbed me? It doesn't make sense. Our strengths weren't too far apart, initially, but now it's like she has unfathomable power. This thought ran through Fred's mind as he pondered on what could be the answer to his multiple questions. Get out of here before I change my mind, Miss Amy stated as she began to float downwards towards her planet. Wait, please wait, Fred called out quickly before she was out of sight. What is it? Miss Amy questioned with an hostile tone. No one had any idea that you were responsible for this. They are just worried that this is a threat to Earth, Fred tried explaining. No need to be worried. I have almost arrived at my desired destination before you interrupted the journey, Miss Amy voiced before flying downwards. Why, she left him floating there with loads of questions still running through his mind. He was really interested in asking her, but he knew better than to try and be invasive again after what had just happened. Fred was considered the 3rd most powerful mixed blood after Miss Amy and Jack. It was always debatable about who was more stronger between Miss Amy and Jack amongst the embryo, but Fred was undeniably 3rd place. However, he didn't used to be that much weaker than Miss Amy, even though he was still weaker. He initially wasn't on Earth, but he was requested to arrive as soon as possible by the higher-ups due to the impending doom they presumed was approaching. He had reached here as soon as he could, especially after he heard Jack was still on a mission several galaxies away, and Miss Amy was still missing. Chapter 1037. He was the closest Alpha-ranked mixed blood to Earth, so he answered the call and got briefed on his way here. The plan was to halt the planet before it reached Neptune's orbit, so Earth would be safe, and since he's powerful enough to destroy an entire planet like Amy and the others, this was definitely a mission he was capable of completing successfully. Unfortunately, he had no idea that this was what he was going to meet here. See, and the planet began traveling at insanely fast speed again, right before his very eyes as he floated in space. In a few, it had completely disappeared out of sight despite its massive size and how it was blazing intensely. Time to head back. He decided to head back to Earth. At this point, to give them the report, foolish, he turned and flew forward with intense speed as well. An MBO officer? Gustav voiced with a slightly disturbed look. Yes, Miss Amy responded as she took her seat outside a small crystalline-looking pool she created recently. I told you they'd probably be bothered, Gustav voiced out with a frustrated tone. He had warned Miss Amy earlier that at the speed she was moving the planet with the area in space she intended to occupy, the Earth would most likely be worried a planet was approaching them. Miss Amy shrugged it off mostly because she didn't really care, and now this Alpha had incited a battle that caused residue-destructive waves to blast him to smithereens. Don't worry, I handled it, Miss Amy said with a nonchalant expression. Of course you did. I hope you didn't kill the poor dude, Gustav said while shaking his head. I was tempted, but nah. I pardoned his weak ass, Miss Amy responded with a light chuckle. You call that weak? Gustav's eyes turned hollow as he voiced out. Then what would you call me? Gustav questioned with a ridiculing tone. My baby, the teacher's pet. My apprentice, a super weakling. Which one do you prefer? Miss Amy questioned. Gustav. Fuck you, Miss Amy. It'll become strong enough to overpower you one day. Sure, hee. Miss Amy responded like she could read Gustav's mind. Earth Dash, are you saying the young miss had been behind this the whole time? Yes, I met her about 30 minutes ago, and she protected the planet from all my attacks. Dash, we noticed it stopped for a bit. Was that you? She did that herself to face me. I am not powerful enough to face her. Dash, is she in hostile? Dash, has she finally turned against Earth? Dash, what exactly is her motive? Within a boardroom were multiple MBO higher-ups. Fred could be seen standing in front as he narrated his experience to them. She hasn't turned against Earth. She has almost reached her destination. The planet should stop moving soon, Dash. So you're saying the planet belongs to her? So she implied, Dash, we should take this as an attack on Earth and deploy forces to stop her right away. Dash, I agree. She must have turned and became an enemy of Earth now. Dash, gentlemen, let's relax a bit. According to Fred, she hasn't arrived at her destination. Dash, will you take responsibility if we decide to wait? And eventually she doesn't stop at where she claimed she would? Dash, will you take responsibility for slow inaction because the Earth might get destroyed before we're able to act? Dash, there won't be any responsibility to take when we're all dead. Dash, I don't see any reason why she would want to destroy Earth in the first place. Dash, can we just hold on and find out how long till she arrives at her expected destination? Dash, let's take action right away. The boardroom turned rowdy as some of the higher-up proposed for action to be taken. Immediately, some decided to stick to waiting. Dash, sirs, I believe the young miss had never acted nefariously against the Earth before, so yes, she deserves the benefit of the doubt. Gradius Zanatus, who happened to be in the meeting with them, voiced out. He was allowed to join the meeting as he had been in charge of the investigation since the whole situation began weeks ago. However, since he was still in space, he joined the meeting in holographic format. He was still watching over the planet. Officer Zanatus makes a good point, Fred voiced out as well after seeing the higher-ups argue all this time. Internally, there was a reluctance building up, especially after seeing how powerful Miss Amy was. He knew her personality all too well, so he knew that if she was coming to destroy Earth, she wouldn't hide it. She would say it confidently that she wanted to do that because she wasn't the type to fear anyone or lie about anything. It would be a grave mistake if they were to cross her with how powerful she was at the moment. Fred was a bit disappointed about the higher-ups because their thoughts right now should be on how to make her more of an ally instead of a foe. Officer Zanatus, do you have eyes on the planet at the moment? Yes, I do, Gradier Zanatus responded. And how fast is it moving? Gradier Zanatus went on to reply them with the data. And that doesn't ring bells to some of you? She obviously has the intention of destroying us all for unknown reasons. We need to act right now so Earth doesn't suffer any crippling damage. The higher-ups began to argue again about which step to take, and they decided more AFA-ranked mixed bloods will be sent to stall the planet's movement, while more troops are gathered to take Miss Amy down. Since Jack was currently unavailable, they had to gather multiple Alpha-ranked to match his strength. They still didn't believe Miss Amy was stronger even after Fred's narration. Sirs, Gradier Zanatus suddenly interrupted their planning. What is it, Officer Zanatus? The planet is slowing down, he voiced out. Huh? Are you sure? Chapter 1038, yes. It's slowing down at the moment, and it's still at least 1,000 light years away from Neptune's orbit. Its sun, which was also traveling, is 2,000 light years behind it, and is also slowing down, Gradier Zanatus reported. Turns out the young miss was saying the truth when she mentioned she would soon arrive at her destination, Gradier Zanatus pointed out as he noticed the awkward expression on the faces of the higher-ups. He didn't care, and just wanted to point out more things, so as to leave them embarrassed about the fact that would have made stupidly drastic decisions under the guise of protecting Earth. Keep watching the planet, and report to us the moment it comes to a stop, one of them voiced out. Yes, sir, Gradier Zanatus responded respectfully. After a few more minutes, the whole meeting ended, and they decided to watch out for when the planet would stop moving. Gradier Zanatus stood in his spacecraft as he heaved a sigh of relief. The spacecraft was moving at the same pace with Miss Amy's planet at the moment. They were keeping a safe distance away, but Gradier Zanatus still made sure to keep eyes on them. This means the kid is probably still alive, Gradier Zanatus muttered with a look of relief. With how Fred had narrated the whole scenario with Miss Amy, Gradier Zanatus was sure she wouldn't let Gustav just die like that, especially in a situation that she was related with. You're truly unkillable, kid. At this point, Gradier Zanatus just had to accept it. Gustav had been in so many life or death situations, and no matter how much the favor was against him, he always managed to come out alive. Gradier Zanatus just hoped that whatever charm or luck was working for Gustav kept working, because there was no doubt that he would be in more crazier and dangerous situations in the future. Earth, I can actually spot it from here. Me too. It looks like a day star. The MBO is definitely doing something about it. So we don't have to worry. A group of 5 could be seen sitting atop a mountain discussing with one another. In the southern skies, a shining dot in the sky was visible. It seemed like this was the planet they had mentioned was approaching in the news. I'm surprised it's not just a moving planet, but a moving sun, as well. We should be seeing 2 dots then, but it's just one. Who knows which one is visible, RN? Falco voiced out. I'm guessing it's the sun. According to what I've heard, it's twice the size of ours and 4 times hotter. So definitely it will be shining brighter across space, Matilda stated. I know this is interesting and all, but I can't wait for the next raid. It's fun to be out in the field once again, Timmy voiced out with a look of anticipation. I know this is interesting and all, but I can't wait for the next raid. It's fun to be out in the field once again, Timmy voiced out with a look of anticipation. I will smash those Jinxidus fuckers, ha ha ha. Rhea yelled out with a fired-up tone. Shut up and stick to the team next time. We were almost killed because of you last time, Timmy said while landing his fist on Rhea's head. Ouch. I just wanted to get rid of them, Rhea said with a low tone. Stick to the formation and plan, so they don't see our group as useless, Falco voiced out as well. The next should be the last raid in this city. There's nowhere else to check for now. Maltida said with a contemplative expression. Vera, you still have our backs during the raids, right? Timmy questioned. Sure, Vera responded with a slightly disinterested tone. They had been on this mission for about a week already, and since the time of the start, they had been going on raids with other MBO groups. The MBO had received intelligent information about a location where some members of the Jenxidus group seen as Slarkov's terrorists were conducting an operation. Since they arrived in this city, they had been conducting raids and flushing them. The MBO had stated that they preferred for the members to be captured alive, but if killing was the only option available due to getting in precarious situations, they could take the action. However, it was stated that you got more points for getting them alive instead of killing them. So far, Timmy, Falco, and the others had managed to get a couple of Jenxidus members alive. This was very difficult, as every member had sophisticated pieces of technological suit that wasn't in the market. These pieces were unique and made their combat power and strength levels increase by a whole lot. Slarkovs were similar in strength to humans, but these suits made them capable of going toe-to-toe with mixed bloods, so the raid had been rather difficult, and there had been multiple crazy scenarios. It was confirmed that this was a Slarkov terrorist group, as every single member they had come into contact with was a Slarkov. The aim of this group remained to eradicate the mixed bloods on Earth, so it was impossible for the MBO to reason with them without a scuffle breaking out. It was like the members had been brainwashed because every single one of them had immense hate for mixed bloods and would rather die than to leave them alive. So far more than 100 of their members had been captured and over 200 killed. Even with this numbers, the intelligence the MBO received stated that there were at least 10 times more. Some of the major problems was not knowing the main base of this group and how they recruited members. Red Shadow, Gradier Zanatus, and Gustav, who were amongst the first to encounter this group, were sure they didn't have high numbers at the time. Now, the MBO intelligence had revealed that they were now numbering in the thousands according to an interrogation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1039S. S. My apologies, there was no doubt that Slarkovs and even humans existed with deep hate for mixed bloods, mostly because those without bloodlines are seen as lower life forms. The issue now was how were they getting recruited? What secret channel were the Jenxidus using to get across to potential Slarkovs and turn them into members? No one seemed to have figured this out yet, and the world government, as well as the MBO, knew well enough that the longer it took to weed them out, the more this group would grow in numbers. The population of Slarkovs and humans were not so high compared to mixed bloods. They merely managed to occupy 10% of the world's population. But if that 10% managed to band together with the crazy advantage in technology they had, it would be a great issue. It was already difficult to weed them out now that they weren't so high in population. One could wonder how insane it would be if they all came together. Should we join them on the next raiding mission after this one? Matilda questioned with a curious tone. As interesting as that would be, I don't think we get to pick our next mission ourselves. Falco responded while shaking his head. Gustav said something about how we needed to complete this mission properly so he could add us to his platoon, Timmy stated. Maybe after we do this and successfully get added into his platoon, we could ask him to get us assigned for this type of mission again. Matilda voiced out. Or we could do it with the full squad, including my rival. Ria added as well. Vera's eyes beamed up with interest as she heard Gustav's name getting added to the conversation. According to what I've heard from the other groups, he was involved when the whole thing started, so it wouldn't make any less sense if he decided to get involved, Falco stated. Didn't he mention he was going to be busy with something, though? Timmy questioned with a contemplative expression. Also, ISOP training is starting in a month from now, so we can't be involved in this till the end, Matilda voiced out with a tone of realization as well. Vera's expression turned sour once more as she heard that. They were lucky every single one of them got drafted for ISOP, so they could still work together in that aspect too. However, according to what they heard, there were still more than 100 potential candidates being drafted from all across the world, not just from the MBO. At the end of the day, they would still have to defend their spots to be on the MAME team, or being a substitute would split them up. Group 24, gather in base for the next raid briefing, T-2 minutes. A voice suddenly called out to them from behind. Everyone stood to their feet after hearing this and turned around. Let's go. Mendaloga's planet, you all did well. A man in dark jacket, reaching the back of his heel, voice out to a group of 7 standing behind a small mountain. A large spacecraft as tall as a 3-story building could be seen stationed up ahead, and a group of MBO officers could be seen placing a silver-colored circular object into a container. But they're both dead, Angie voiced with a slightly disturbed tone. It doesn't matter. If they were already corrupted, without killing the Mendalogas responsible, it's impossible to free their minds. And you fledglings are too weak to handle a true elder. Talk more of 2. The man responded, brushing aside the fact that there were 2 bodies laying on the ground by the side. These 2 bodies belonged to a male and female, and it was obvious that they were both dead. One had a hole in the chest, and the other had been decapitated. It's a pity. If there was any other method, we would have taken it. But since this was the only way out, there was really nothing we could do, Eldris voiced with a slightly sympathetic tone. These 2 were none other than the other 2 left from the team sent on this mission before them. Unfortunately, now the entire team had been wiped out because of the initial situation. Hand it over. Right now, Jade yelled out with her hand wrapped around Eldris' neck. Eldris stared directly at Angie at this point and didn't utter a word anymore. Don't do anything stupid, or you won't be able to save them both, Jade shouted out once more. I could care less about what happens to Glade. Jade was unable to process what had just happened, as the voice she just heard sounded right beside her ear. Swoosh, it came with a burst of wind. The instant she turned to the side, she spotted Angie, standing right beside her. But Angie was not just standing in place. Her right hand was stretched forward. Blearg. Jade vomited out a mouthful of blood onto Angie as she slowly stared down the hand that was halfway through her chest. She subconsciously let go of Eldris as the reality finally hit her. They were unaware that someone in this group was capable of moving so fast. Angie literally speed blitz her. Angie could move at over 300,000 feet in a second with her normal speed, and they were only about 20 feet away. This meant Angie was able to arrive right beside her in practically an instant. No one was able to follow Angie's speed. The other officer instantly got the cue and tried to shatter Glade's windpipe, but at the same moment the whole ruckus was caused by Angie. A ring-like vortex had appeared around his neck. E.E. had been secretly preparing this with his fingers swirling behind him, so the moment Angie made her move, he allowed it appear. Zion, the vortex shrunk, and in the next instant, the other male officer had been decapitated. Chapter 1040. Sangi turned to the side and noticed that Glade was still alive. She got lucky this time. Angie said internally as she turned to face E.E. next. Good of you to save her ass, Angie said before swinging her arm around to get the blood off. What? Did you run all the way there without knowing I was going to act? E.E. questioned with a suspicious look. It was either her or Eldris, and you know who I chose, Angie responded while shrugging. Glade had a weird look on her face as she heard that. She was speechless and felt a kind of intense hate from Angie towards her. She had no idea why this was the case, but at the very least she was glad E.E. saved her. What was that all about? Captain Spark could feel the weird vibe in the air after the situation was resolved. They all ignored his question, and Angie proceeded to move back towards the group as Davidson made a call to the generals. While it looked like she was okay on the surface, Angie was holding in the urge to puke. It feels worse than I imagined. Phew, it's going to be fine. It was to protect my loved ones. She kept chanting internally as her right arm trembled from time to time. The first person to arrive where they were on the planet was Mac. Does this mean we've completed the mission? Davidson questioned. Yes, leave the rest to me, kids, Mac voiced out as he took a step forward. FYI, he suddenly disappeared from their sight. Finally, now we can head back, E voiced as he let out a sigh of relief. They all moved into the spacecraft in the new few moments, and it took off into the skies. They were lucky Mac had arrived the time he died because the Mandalogas had clocked in on their position at the checkpoint and were approaching in droves. However, the moment Mac arrived, his presence caused them to pause in theory tracks. The only item they had as leverage against him and against their planet falling were now in the hands of the MBO. They really had nothing to use against Mac, who was more powerful than every Mandaloga elder on the planet. Mandalogas were considered pretty strong in the universe, but compared to Earth with powerfully mixed bloods like Jack and Miss Amy, they really didn't stand a chance. They had breached the treaty that practically protected them from the invasion of more powerful planets with their initial actions, so they couldn't call for help. Earth had every right to do whatever they wanted to the planet, since they didn't start the whole situation. And the others no longer had any business here. Mac and the others would handle taking over the planet and subjecting its people. They had played their parts, although not without casualties. They were free to head back now. It had been a week since they were gone, and it would take another 3 days of journeying before they got back to Earth. They were unaware of Earth's current situation with the whole new planet issue, but they would find out sooner or later. So this is where I get off, I guess, Gustav voiced out as he looked around. The scenery was a whole lot better than before. A few cat-like animals moving about, lushy green fields, and sparkling pool like lakes. The clouds looked more beautiful than Earth's, and Gustav couldn't help but admit the air here was fresher than that of Earth's as well. Now that you can create life, do you plan on creating any human life forms? Gustav questioned. Not at all, Miss Amy replied, as she walked out of one of the lakes. Her entire body dripped of wetness as the white robes like cloth she was clad in glued to her body. Any man that stared at Miss Amy at this point with her beautiful but cold face and her glamorous-looking body would definitely gulp down saliva. Her majestic bearing and alluring body was immensely hot, but Gustav, being Gustav, stared at her with an unbothered expression. I do plan to create other life forms, but aside copying the looks of animals from Earth, I won't be copying any other life forms, Miss Amy voiced out once more. It will take some time before I achieve what I have in mind, but nonetheless I will visit Earth from time to time, and maybe even protect those idiots when they need my help, she added. I have to get off here. I have things to get back to on Earth, Gustav listed out with a tone of difficulty. Why the rush? Miss Amy questioned. Earth is still a bit distant from here, and I have spent longer time away than I intended to. Miss Amy cut Gustav off before he could finish. They should be arriving at any moment, so no need to rush. We'll go together, she stated. Who? As Gustav threw this question out, the answer appeared in his mind. The MBO? He voiced out next. They're here already, Miss Amy stated in response. Gustav's eyes squinted as he wasn't sensing anything from his surroundings, but after a minute, he stared at the eastern sky. Zuns, and several spacecraft suddenly appeared in the skies, moving towards their location. Are you ready to go home now? Miss Amy said with a smile as she turned to stare at Gustav. Minutes later, Gustav and Miss Amy were on their way back to Earth. The MBO officers had politely asked Miss Amy for an audience on Earth, according to the MBO higher-ups. She wanted to use this opportunity to see Earth once more before she went back to focusing on developing her planet. She left a barrier surrounding her planet in the meantime, just in case anyone tried anything shady while she was away. She would sense at the moment there was an issue. Chapter 1041. I just knew you'd be okay, kid. Gradier's Anatus voiced out within the spacecraft. He had a look of relief now that he had truly confirmed Gustav was alive. Gradier's Anatus was amongst the officers sent to humbly request Miss Amy's visit to Earth, and his spacecraft was specifically the one bringing them back at the moment. You did a lousy job of keeping him safe, Miss Amy voiced out from the other end. Gradier's Anatus froze in place as he heard that. Young miss, Gustav is quite the trouble finder. He never listens, Gradier's Anatus explained. I would have shred Earth to its very last atoms if anything had happened to him, Miss Amy voiced with a nonchalant look. Her tone didn't sound very serious, but Gradier's Anatus was well aware of how she nearly destroyed Burning Sand City because Gustav was missing. They knew just how capable she was, especially now that she was way more powerful than before. It's nobody's fault except mine. He tried his best, but yes, like he said, I wanted to investigate the situation despite its danger because I could sense a connection, and I was right, Gustav voiced out, trying to calm Miss Amy. They glided through space for less than an hour before arriving back on Earth. By the time they did, it was already nightfall. There were tons of MBO officials awaiting their arrival the moment they landed. It had already spread all across the MBO that the person responsible for the new planet was Miss Amy. The world government had not made it public yet because they still wanted to have a meeting with Miss Amy before they could decide on how to proceed with things. The meeting began almost instantly, and Gustav had to wait in a secluded area as he wasn't allowed to participate. It was only for MBO higher-ups, and about 2 world government leaders were present at this particular location. Gustav didn't mind staying out of it because he knew Miss Amy would be able to handle any situation herself. This meeting was taking place within the MBO Tower in Plankton City, so Gustav decided to move around after a while. Officer Crimson, someone called out to him while he was walking along a corridor. Yes, Gustav responded while turning around. There's someone looking for you, the female officer who called out to him stated. Huh? Actually, they've been looking for you for the past 3 days now, but you were off planet, so I asked him to wait. Who? Within the boardroom where the meeting was going down, questions were being thrown out occasionally. Just relax, oldies. My planet poses no threat to Earth. It will maintain its current distance from Earth, and there will never be a confrontation in the future, Miss Amy voiced while rolling her eyes. Dash, how did you manage to achieve such a feat? Dash, will you still be a part of the MBO? If you're asking if I would still protect Earth when it's necessary, then nothing to worry about. My planet and Earth will be allies, Miss Amy voiced out. Dash, how about letting Earth commandeer your planet? Well, share the resources it has to offer. Silency, what did you just say? A sudden, powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the entire place as Miss Amy voiced out. What did you just say? A sudden, powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the entire place as Miss Amy voiced out. GHBBBBBLLHHHH. The entire MBO tower began quaking intensely as this pressure radiated from Miss Amy, causing every single person to stare at her with looks of reverence. Dash, well, your planet. The higher-up officer who had just voiced that out stuttered. He felt the immense pressure radiating from Miss Amy. They would usually not fear her, since Jack Power was undoubtedly seen as the highest in the past, but now it seemed like a different case. The majestic and ethereal aura Miss Amy gave off was truly like being in the presence of a deity. If she could create a planet now, no doubt she could make everyone here disappear in an instant if she wanted to. She was practically on par with Jack at the Alpha rank, and now she had achieved the Beacon rank. What they didn't know was Miss Amy was really restraining her presence at this point, and releasing it fully would cause the destruction of Earth in an instant. Dash, I think what Grand General Curtis meant to say was Earth would very much like to be an acquaintance with your planet, one of the higher-ups quickly voiced out with a respectful tone, causing Miss Amy to calm down. Better. I like the sound of acquaintances, Miss Amy said before standing to her feet. This meeting is over. she stated before proceeding to walking towards the exit. The higher-ups sat in place for minutes with looks of relief on their faces, as some of them bashed the other higher-up. Grand General Curtis, are you crazy? Instead of showing Earth selfishness, why don't you come up with better cooperation ideas? She created a planet, and is practically a goddess now. Best not to try and piss her off. Grand General Curtis had a disgusted look as he heard them speak. Hypocrites, didn't you all agree to attack her planet a few hours ago? Miss Amy had left to go look for Gustav at this point, while the rest of the MBO officers within the tower were left to wonder why the entire building was quaking a while ago. So, you just need me to sign some documents? Gustav questioned. Yes, or I'll be put back in camp till I reach the age of 16, Endrik responded. I denounced the Oslov name, though so legally we're not related, Gustav reminded. Then you can act as a guardian, please, Endrik begged. Okay, Gustav finally gave in and collected the required documents from Endrik. It took a couple of minutes for him to finish, but he proceeded to pass them to Endrik afterwards. Chapter 1042, Thank You, Endrik voiced in response after retrieving them. It turned out Endrik had been in the tower waiting for Gustav's return since he left on the mission off-planet. Since he was an MBO cadet and Gustav's little brother, he was very much allowed to wait here. All right, then we're done here, Gustav voiced out as he turned around to leave. I got something of yours recently, Endrik stated before Gustav could take a step. Gustav muttered as he turned around. It's yours, but you can't use it just yet, Endrik added. Then what's the point? Gustav questioned. Just come with me, Endrik voiced out as a glowing green that appeared on his forehead. To where? Gustav questioned. Husarius, Endrik called out, and a bright green glow engulfed them in the next instant. Miss Amy, who was approaching this area from the south, spotted a glimpse of Gustav and Endrik before they disappeared. Oh, two fixed their relationship, she voiced with a tone of amusement. He really has grown in every aspect, especially mentally. A smile appeared on her face as she muttered. The Gustav she knew would not let Endrik be within 5 steps of him, and both of them would always be trying to kill each other. It would seem Gustav could let go of past grudges, and she felt this was another thing that made him different from her, since she couldn't do the same. Where is this? Gustav asked as they appeared in an unknown plane. All that could be seen was darkness and green, glowing strides all around. However, up ahead Gustav spotted a golden-plated armor resembling a vest floating in midair. This vest oozed forth with a type of energy that caused the space to quake occasionally. Gustav could tell that it was sealed, yet it was immensely powerful. That is the cosmic armor said to be amongst the most powerful armors in the universe, with multiple boons attached to it, Endrik voiced out. For hundreds of thousands of years, beings from all across the universe have been trying to acquire it, so they could use its power. It is overly powerful, and in the hands of the wrong person can cause great havoc. I managed to acquire it recently with Husarius' help, of course, after a difficult and dangerous travel to another dimension, Endrik explained. And you say it's mine? Gustav questioned as he moved closer to it. Yes, it is yours. As you probably already know, you're not in any way normal. Your existence is a very abnormal one, and despite this armor existing for as long as it has, it does belong to you, Endrik responded. Gustav stepped forward and stood right beneath the floating armor. But I can't use it, Gustav stated. No, not right now you can't, Endrik replied. It's too powerful for me, and I'd probably be blown to bits if I tried to equip it, Gustav voiced out. Precisely, Endrik responded. Sigh, as expected, Gustav raised his left palm as recalled Kohillia. Kohillia's power was still trapped within him, and he was unable to access it despite them saying the power belonged to him. So, how many more items are left to acquire? Gustav also recalled that there were supposed to be more of his things scattered across the universe. For more, that's as much as I can tell you for now. I can't give you any more info beyond that. Endrik clarified after answering before Gustav could respond. Sure, Gustav stated as he raised his hand to touch the armor. Nice place you got here, kid. A feminine voice suddenly resounded from behind. Gustav paused as he heard that and turned around. Miss Amy, he voiced with a tone of disbelief. How did you get here? No one was more surprised than Endrik. This was a space created by Husarius, and even as a crystal, Husarius was so powerful due to the sacrifice of all his kinsmen. This place practically existed in a private dimension. Doesn't matter, Miss Amy stated as she moved forward. Soon a green, glowing crystal phased out of Endrik's forehead in the next instant and floated to Miss Amy's front. This one is no longer a normal being. Her existence has surpassed the threshold of every supernatural existence on Earth. And this isn't even her highest potential. She has the capacity to become even more powerful than this. Husarius voiced out lengthily as it floated in front of Miss Amy. It's too bad she's. What are you supposed to be? Miss Amy said with an intrigued tone as she stared at the floating talking crystal. That's Husarius. He used to have a body, and it's a long story, but he is in league with Endrik, and he revealed a bit to me about my true identity, Gustav voiced out. True identity? You've really been holding out on me yet, kid? Miss Amy responded with a suspicious tone. I've been out of camp for months, but you were AWOL. If not, I would have told you everything, Gustav said while shrugging his shoulders. What is that? Miss Amy questioned with a curious tone while pointing at the armor. It's very powerful, she added while scrutinizing its appearance. It is said to be amongst the most powerful tools in the universe, and according to them, it belongs to me, but I can't equip it just yet, Gustav stated in response. Another thing you've got to tell me in great detail. At least you and the other kid are getting along now, Miss Amy stated after arriving beside Gustav. We're not. He's not. It's just a necessary partnership, Gustav voiced out. Oh, is it now? A smirk appeared on her face as Miss Amy questioned. Endrik was turned into a third wheel here as Gustav and Miss Amy began to argue back and forth with each other. Are they fated? Endrik questioned. Intertwining fates, yes, but I sense a terrible omen. Husarius' tone sounded heavy as he spouted out. Chapter 1043s. What do you mean? Endrik said with a troubled tone. Something has changed, a tide has been triggered, and we are now arriving at an intersection that branches in different paths. Only one of these paths leads to a future without tragedy. As for the others, not so much. While some are not filled with so much tragic events, just a single tragic event could cause so much catastrophe in his life which could eventually lead to a dark awakening. Husarius voiced out lengthily. It's confusing, Endrik stated in response. The fates always are. Husarius heaved a low sigh. What are the chances of following the path without any tragic event? Endrik questioned. A few minutes ago, it was 0. 3%, but it has decreased even further now. It's 0. 1, and it keeps decreasing by the minute, Husarius answered. What? Endrik could not help but voice out in shock. What is it? Gustav voiced out as he turned around with a confused look. Keep it from him or anyone else, or the situation will worsen, Husarius quickly cautioned. Oh, nothing, I was just practicing for something, Endrik voiced in response. Gustav's eyebrows creased as he heard that. His face shone a look that made it seem like he was saying a bit weird to be practicing such in a place like this, but Gustav brushed it off and turned back around to keep observing the armor. What is causing this? There must be a reason why it keeps decreasing, Endrik questioned with a low but concerned tone. There is, but I haven't figured it out. If I was to guess, I'd say it must be the same thing that caused multiple future branches to appear. Originally, there were only 2 paths, but now there are more than 10 of them. Whatever caused the branches to increase is also reducing the possibility of following the non-tragic path, Husarius explained. What can we do about it? Endrick asked. For now, wait. One thing about the fates is, the more you try to influence according to your desired outcome, the worse it's most likely to become. There are beings in the universe such as myself capable of not just connecting with the fates, but tampering with them as well. But we all make sure to refrain from doing so, because there will always be an inescapable future consequence, Husarius voiced in response. They'll keep checking for now, so just wait until I have something for you. But I must ask you, are you ready to get your hands bloody for the sake of your brother? Husarius questioned. Endrick stared at Gustav from behind at this point as memories began playing in his mind, playing as kids to growing up as enemies and him really being amongst the villains in his big brother's life. I have failed him in the past. I will do everything to atone for all the wrong I have committed. So long as I am able to keep him safe and away from pain, I'll do anything. He has suffered enough already, Endrick said with a sentimental tone. All right then. Prepare yourself, because you might have to do some really troublesome things to keep that motive, Husarius added. H&M. Endrick nodded in response. Hey, when am I going to be strong enough to equip this? Gustav questioned internally. You'd have to be close to the alpha rank. The system responded. Damn. That's still very far away. Is there even any item I own that I can use with my current level of strength? Gustav questioned. Just one, the system replied. Which is? Gustav questioned once more. Good try. You know, I can't reveal that until we arrive at the time frame where they are recovered one after the other, the system responded. Gustav! Tisich, let's go, Gustav voiced out as he turned around. Too bad you won't be able to make use of it in the meantime. But it's going to destroy this dimension, eventually cost this place is not strong enough to hold it, Miss Amy voiced out. I can sense the space trembling as well. Gustav paused his movement as he turned around once more. It needs to stay here till you're strong enough to equip it, or every single crazy being looking for it all across the universe will come after it. It's like putting a target on our backs, Kos. It lets off a signature energy that will help them in pinpointing its location, Endrick explained. I see, Miss Amy said with a tone of understanding as she snapped her fingers. Pah! An invisible field of energy was instantly erected around the armor. Gustav instantly sensed the powerful energy spreading from the armor decrease drastically. I just put a barrier around it. This space will be able to hold it without problems now, Miss Amy voiced out. Oh, nice, Gustav exclaimed before turning around once more. I'm participating in ISOP. I'll join you in retrieving the rest, or at least help, Gustav said as he approached Endrick. That would be a great help, but I believe you have some other matters to attend to after ISOP. There are other things you have to scour the intergalactic space for, but if you can help, there will be one where I will require your assistance. Endrick's statement made it seem like he knew everything about Gustav's plans, even though Gustav hadn't mentioned anything to him. He definitely knows about my 5 years quest, Gustav thought. The crystal. Husarius knows everything, so it's normal that Endrick does as well. The system responded. Which one am I supposed to join you in retrieving? Gustav questioned. I'll tell you when the time comes. You need to be with your entire team too. When the time comes, they will be of great help and receive some boosts known as the entitlement. As the time candidate, I need to make sure everything goes according to plan. That is my duty, Endrick said with a decisive tone. Chapter 1044. Gustav had no doubt about Endrick being on his side at this point. Everything that had been happening so far along with the system, and Husarius also making some revelations, proved that Endrick was committed to helping him prepare for whatever was to come. The kid had truly become capable in the past year. At the same time, Gustav could sense that Endrick was closing in on the 3rd step of Echo rank, which was pretty strong and fast. How powerful do I have to become before I can equip the armor? Gustav questioned internally. You'd have to be close to the alpha rank. The system responded. Damn, that's still very far away. Is there even any item I own that can use with my current level of strength? Gustav questioned. Just one, the system replied. Which is? Gustav questioned once more. Good try. I can't reveal that until we arrive at the time frame where they are recovered one after the other. The system responded. Gustav. Tisich, let's go, Gustav voiced out as he turned around. Too bad you won't be able to make use of it in the meantime, but it's going to destroy this dimension, eventually cost this place is not strong enough to hold it, Miss Amy voiced out. I can sense the space trembling as well. Gustav paused his movement as he turned around once more. It needs to stay here till you're strong enough to equip it, or every single crazy being looking for it all across the universe will come after it. It's like putting a target on our backs, Koss. It lets off a signature energy that will help them in pinpointing its location, Endrick explained. I see, Miss Amy said with a tone of understanding as she snapped her fingers. Pa! An invisible field of energy was instantly erected around the armor. Gustav instantly sensed the powerful energy spreading from the armor decrease drastically. I just put a barrier around it. This space will be able to hold it without problems now, Miss Amy voiced out. Oh, nice, Gustav exclaimed before turning around once more. I'm participating in ISOP. I'll join you in retrieving the rest, or at least help, Gustav said as he approached Endrick. That would be a great help, but I believe you have some other matters to attend to after ISOP. There are other things you have to scour the intergalactic space for, but if you can help, there will be one where I will require your assistance. Endrick's statement made it seem like he knew everything about Gustav's plans, even though Gustav hadn't mentioned anything to him. He definitely knows about my 5 years quest, Gustav thought. The crystal. Husarius knows everything, so it's normal that Endrick does as well. The system responded. Which one am I supposed to join you in retrieving? Gustav questioned. I'll tell you when the time comes. You need to be with your entire team too. When the time comes, they will be of great help and receive some boosts known as the entitlement. As the time candidate, I need to make sure everything goes according to plan. That is my duty, Endrick said with a decisive tone. Gustav had no doubt about Endrick being on his side at this point. Everything that had been happening so far along with the system, and Husarius also making some revelations, proved that Endrick was committed to helping him prepare for whatever was to come. The kid had truly become capable in the past year. At the same time, Gustav could sense that Endrick was closing in on the 3rd step of Echo rank, which was pretty strong and fast. Endrick was not in any way weak. He never was, even when he was younger, and now that he had received training, Gustav didn't doubt his capability. Maybe I should add him to my platoon. Gustav had this thought in mind. Although Miss Amy was that fast, it still couldn't be compared to Gustav's speed, as he was still practically a new officer, yet he was already at the major rank. Gustav was still a 19-year-old young man, so he still had a lot of potential, as did Miss Amy, but now she was no longer a part of Earth's forces. She was now beyond a world leader. She was a creator, a goddess, and she could make changes to whatever she wished to with a flick of her wrist. They chatted for some time as they had dinner, and after they were done, Miss Amy stood to her feet. It's time to go, she voiced out as she moved towards the balcony of the building. You're leaving already? Gustav questioned like he had forgotten he spent the last 6 days with Miss Amy. They'll be back to see you every once in a while. And you can also come visit from time to time, Miss Amy said as a glamorous smile appeared on her face. We both have a lot to do anyways. You need to focus on your plans and missions, and I need to develop my planet better, she added. You've sure been smiling a lot these days, Gustav said with a suspicious expression. Did I ever tell you how lonely it was for me in that dark dimension I was trapped within? Miss Amy said, as she moved closer to Gustav, almost making contact with him. I never thought I could feel loneliness. I thought those emotions were fleeting, long gone, and I would only feel numb for the rest of my days since after my mother's death. Turns out I was wrong. The first person I thought of was you, Miss Amy said, as she reached out and placed her right hand on Gustav's left cheek. I used to think I really had nothing to lose in this life anymore, but I couldn't be more wrong. You, Gustav, have become more important to me than I ever thought was possible, and while I was away, I wished for nothing more than to see this cheeky face of yours again. Chapter 1045 bonus chapter dedicated to Wolf Eats the Moon. Your PayPal donation is much appreciated, and I was concerned it would never happen if I didn't find a way to leave. Miss Amy's smile turned even more radiant at this point. So don't blame me for smiling this way after seeing you again, because it was all I wished for at a certain point in time. She rubbed Gustav's cheek even more affectionately before turning around. All right, time to go now for real. See you soon, kid. Miss Amy didn't even wait for him to respond before she blasted off into the sky. Gustav was left there looking awestruck for a couple of seconds before his mind trailed back to reality. See you soon, Miss Amy. His face had turned a bit red as he reached out to touch the same part of his cheek Miss Amy caressed. The bond between both of them was way higher than Gustav realized, and he honestly couldn't imagine how things would have gone if Miss Amy never found a way to return, or if he never found her. Miss Amy had become so important in his life that she was no less than family to him, just like Boss Danzo was. They really loved him the way family never was able to, and he couldn't deny the fact that he loved them as well despite portraying the non-emotional expression most times. Gustav stared at the sky for a few more minutes after Miss Amy had gone before heading back into the apartment. It had already been revealed all across the world that the planet initial heading for Earth had stopped in a part of the Milky Way. Not a lot of people on Earth knew Miss Amy, but when it was revealed that the planet was created by a mixed blood, the people of Earth were astonished. The mixed bloods, humans, and even Slarkovs were finding it difficult to believe that piece of information. Not only was the mixed blood able to create an entire planet with a little bit of life, but also moved the planet from the edge or the Milky Way to another location. It was unheard of, and really left people wondering if this was a good or bad thing. A lot of them felt this was good since Earth would have an extra place to stay if anything ever happened to Earth. And they also felt since 1OD their own was this powerful, Earth would have extra security and protection. Meanwhile, some felt it was too much power for one person since she was literally God now. What would happen if she suddenly went crazy? It would be so easy for her to wipe lives off the face of planets. At the very least, the government managed to stop the spread of panic and announced that they were in collaboration with the new goddess, and she had ensured she would remain a friend to Earth and offer help or protection when needed. Miss Amy had done a little video recorded announcement where she addressed the world because she didn't want to be interviewed by any press. She still hated being around people. The whole hype wouldn't be dying down anytime soon as all media outlets were talking about it, and it kept trending across social media platforms. It had also been revealed during this time that Miss Amy was the teacher of Gustav, and this further boosted the ideology that she would never turn against Earth, since Gustav had saved the planet on more than one occasion. It's been a week now. Time to get back to the equipment I was building, Gustav muttered as he cleared the dining table. Aish, my dimensional bracelet is destroyed. Transportation would be a lot more difficult now, Gustav said with a frustrated tone as he recalled his dimensional bracelet got destroyed by the heat wave. I'll need to get another level 7. I guess it's time to call in a favor, Gustav muttered as he moved back and forth. The dimensional bracelet was a level 7, which was the rarest of all dimensional bracelets on Earth. At the Gustav acquired it, Grand Commander Cheyenne had mentioned only 5 were manufactured since the time of its creation, since the materials used in creating a level 7 was super rare. Gustav knew he wouldn't be able to get it again if he decided to check any of the MBO's weapon vaults in the different MBO bases. His plan right now was to cash in the favor Grand Commander Cheyenne owed him and asked for another level 7 dimensional bracelet. You really want to use the favor on this? The system questioned. I really need my flexible means of transportation back. It has saved my life so many times, especially since I can't move as far in an instant. It is a great tool. Gustav voiced in reply. Not disputing the fact that it is. I'm saying look for other alternatives to getting it, or at least try to see if you can get it to be recreated or something instead of cashing in your favor like this. The system explained. Yes, I already thought of that, but just in case it doesn't work out, I'd have to cash in my favor. See, Grand Commander Cheyenne would do whatever it takes to get me another one, but till then, I guess, Gustav voiced as he took care of the dishes in the kitchen. I should get back to creating the space equipment. In the meantime, after tidying up the entire place, Gustav decided to leave. This part of the city was quite secluded from the open parts of the city to make sure Miss Amy enjoyed her stay here without disturbance from anyone. Now, that she had left, Gustav would have to relay this to the higher-ups, since they still thought she was on Earth. Minutes later, Gustav was back in his room and proceeded to open the spatial room, where he kept the sacred jewel, before leaving Earth the other time. Chapter 1046, Good Boy. You've done well, Gustav voiced as he rubbed the shiny surface of the jewel after it floated towards him. Yet you really would have been a great help if I took you with me, but it was an impromptu mission. At least I'm back in one piece. Gustav kept rubbing its shiny surface like it was a pet while voicing out. This was because the sentience within the sacred jewel was growing stronger as the light within its translucent circular frame kept getting bigger. This was why communication between both of them was better even though the sacred jewel couldn't speak. Gustav could understand it quite well, and it could understand him as well. I have something for you, Gustav voiced as he snapped his fingers. Sing, 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 sing. Multiple whitish, glowing orbs appeared all around Gustav in the next instant. They exuded so much energy. The space was slightly affected due to that. The light within the sacred jewel began to blink repeatedly as it spotted the glowing white orbs. From the looks of things, it was excited. Go on, enjoy the meal, Gustav said while tapping it a few more times. The sacred jewel proceeded to fly towards one of the orbs and began to absorb the energy within. These orbs were filled with the energy Gustav had absorbed during the expansion of the cracks in space. The sacred jewel was only compatible with some types of energy, and this type of energy happened to be amongst the energy it could consume. It would only get stronger the more it devoured energy. So Gustav made sure to feed it when he acquired energy that suited its taste, and luckily these ones did. Gustav proceeded to move towards the equipment they were building so he could continue from where the sacred jewel had stopped. Time passed by very quickly, and the next day arrived. Gustav wanted to remain in this space for all time till he was done with what he was working on, but the gang was arriving today. Eldris, Angie, Elevra, Glade, Falco, Vera, Rhea, Timmy, and Matilda were all arriving back at the second base. Gustav would have to go over there eventually, especially when he had not even set eyes on EB, Angie, and the others for months. Luckily, Falco and the rest who went on the Jinxidus raid mission were also done on their side. It would have taken longer, but as soon as the group was notified of the MBO's arrival in the city, a lot of them fled. The MBO officers sent, they were still able to get some of the Jinxidus members, so the mission wasn't a total bust, but with the information they had acquired so far, things were going to get even more difficult in the future. Andric had gone on a solo mission 2 days back and probably wouldn't be arriving back within 2 weeks to a month time. His situation was similar to Gustav's. The higher-ups had seen his stats and knew what he was capable of, so they didn't hesitate to send him on missions higher than a normal new MBO officer could handle. It's been a while since I visited my house. Maybe I should take them there, Gustav voiced out loud. Gustav had gotten a very large mansion from the world government back then when he saved the Earth from young Joe Clutches. This house was located in another city because Gustav didn't want it to be anywhere close to Plankton City. If that happened, the world would know where he lived, and he knew staying in his house privately would be impossible. There would always be paparazzis or tons of fans at his doorstep each day, which would be a major turnoff for him. Gustav's house was located in another city close to one of the largest deserts in the world. He knew this way he would have privacy, and since he wouldn't go there every time, it would be very difficult for him to get spotted by anyone. I should probably get a private aircraft too, Gustav voiced as he moved out of the space. He didn't know if he was rich enough to buy that because he hadn't checked his account balance in a long time. All this time the MBO had been providing everything he needed, and he didn't need much. Gustav took out his device at this point and checked his bank account balance. "Those are a lot of zeros," Gustav muttered with a surprised expression. 427 million rads, the system voiced in his head. "Yeah, it's more than I expected. Last time I checked it was less than 50 million, Gustav voiced out, but then he realized it was normal for him to have this much. Not only did he have his Crimson Hunting Agency that had now expanded to other cities, he also had a business collaboration with one of the richest in the city, Surgon, as so money was streaming in from more than one source. Besides this, the pay for being a major ranked MBO officer was not little, so he did have multiple streams of income. "Dom, I'm really a multimillionaire," Gustav said with a tone of realization internally. This made Gustav remember when he wanted money so much back then, and now that he had it, he wasn't spending much. "I should really take a day off to spend as much money as possible." Gustav knew just how much he usually got busy with one issue or the other, so he knew he needed to take a vacation sooner or later. He realized his life had gotten too serious to the point he was not having enough fun despite having all these much benefits. "But there's the equipment I have to build, investigate more on the planetary displacement. Aesop, there's the items I have to join Endrick in recovering." Chapter 1047. Help Matilda find that princess, and who knows how many more issues ID encounter along the line. Gustav was incapable of having a headache anymore, but he felt he would be if he was human. The list of things he had to do was choking, and he realized this was why he might never have the time to enjoy the wealth he had gathered. "I agree, it's a long list. What will you do?" the system questioned. "Even if there is no time, I still need to find a way to create time. One of these days, I'll have a vacation. Problems are unending, so if I keep pushing my time to relax backwards, it will never happen," Gustav voiced out in response. "But for now, I'll still have to push it backwards," he added before walking out of the room. Gustav was heading to the second base at this point. The dimensional bracelet would have made everything way faster, but now he had to use an MBO aircraft. "I need to get another one as soon as possible," Gustav said internally. He decided he would talk to the Grand General at the second base when he got there. 2 hours later, Gustav touched down on the second base and proceeded to head to the house that was usually reserved for him and Miss Amy. While approaching, he gathered a lot of attention as usual from the officers in the vicinity, and many of them greeted him with respect. Closing in on the house, Gustav could already hear the voices of everyone within. He chuckled a bit as he approached the door. "Looks like everyone's in TSSHSHHSSHHH. The front door slid open as he arrived before it. "Gustav." "Gus." "Yo, Gus, you sure took your sweet time, hee. The major is back," they all yelled out from within as they spotted Gustav. "Hey, guys." A smile appeared on Gustav's face as he walked in. Angie, who was seated on the left side of the living room, suddenly jumped to her feet and arrived in front of Gustav before anyone else could. Gustav found himself in the warm and soft embrace of a feminine body. Angie's sweet-smelling fragrance drifted into his nostrils as she latched onto his upper body with her legs wrapped around his spine area, his face buried into her chest, and her arms wrapped around the back of his head. Both of them were embroiled in a passionate hug right in front of everyone. Asterisk cough cough asterisk explicit display detected, E voiced from behind with a slight cough causing Matilda to pinch him. "Ouch! Come on now," E mumbled with an unjustified look. "You're ruining the mood," Matilda said with a slight chuckle. "Angie," Gustav voiced out as she slowly released her grip from his head. Her face had turned beet red at this point, as she didn't think she was capable of doing such in front of everyone. Her body had reacted before she could think. She let go of Gustav and dropped down quickly before speaking. "Welcome back," she said with a cute and shy tone. "Can we welcome him like that too?" E questioned with a look of delight. "I'll cut it off if you do," Angie voiced out with a threatening tone while adopting a face full of smiles. "Cut what off?" EE's face shone a dreadful look as he inquired. "Try it and find out." Angie's lips curved upwards even more, as she stated. I don't think I want to find out." EE response caused everyone to burst out with laughter as the atmosphere turned even merrier than it already was. Eldris moved over to give Gustav a fist bump, as well as a hug, and so did EE as well. Vera moved towards Gustav and gave him a long hug too, like they didn't just see each other about a week ago. Gustav thought nothing of it as he proceeded to take a sit and started catching up with EE, Eldris, and the others. The gang was back together now, and how they would move progress from here was totally up to Gustav. They went on to catch up on everything that had happened so far, the mission out of the planet, and what had happened on Earth while the others were away. EE on the others were told about the planet and how it ended up being Miss Amy's. Everyone was very astonished and couldn't imagine how powerful she was now. They found out Gustav was with Miss Amy for days and asked him to tell them how everything went with her. Gustav had to narrate a lot, as well as Eldris, EE, and the others, because their off-planet mission sounded exciting to everyone. A lot of officers were interested in off-planet missions for so many reasons. It was also later revealed that Angie killed a person in the last mission to save Eldris. This revelation shocked the rest of the group as they never expected she would cross that line soon enough. Being in the MBO, murder was inevitable, but everyone here knew how Angie would always hesitate when it came to taking that step. While it was inevitable that she would eventually have to kill someone, they thought it would still take longer than this. Is she okay? Gustav wondered internally as he glanced in her direction. Angie looked absolutely fine, but Gustav was still a bit disturbed and feared that she might not be completely fine internally. Probably just hiding how she truly feels, but she'll eventually get over it. There will still be way more deaths by her hand in the future. The system responded internally. My guess so. For Gustav, he never really felt bad about his first kill because to him it was warranted. It was not only a mistake, but it was also initiated by the second party who had bullied him for years and made him nearly commit suicide, so he felt no form of pity at the time. Chapter 1048. She also felt every other death by his hands after that was very much necessary, as well since they were evil beings. The problem with Angie's situation was the fact that the person she killed was another officer whose mind had been taken over by one of the aliens. Not only was this person supposedly on their side, it was possible for them to be freed from the hold of the alien. Besides this, Angie was someone who wasn't so open to hurting others, so killing this person out of circumstance to save Eldris might have caused for internal issues for her. These factors put together made Gustav a bit worried, and he decided he would speak to her later. The gang spent hours chatting, and Gustav eventually moved to the kitchen to prepare a meal for everyone. Some of them joined to assist, but Gustav didn't allow them to do much because he didn't want the flavor of any food. He cooked having a different taste than he intended. Time went by very quickly, and before they knew it, midnight had arrived. The house had more than 10 rooms, so everyone could pick their sleeping space without any issues. They had spent the entire day catching up with each other and telling some interesting stories, so it was finally time to sleep. Everyone besides Gustav was just returning from a mission, so they really needed to rest. All right, bud, till next morning. Yeah, guys, later. They fist-bumped each other before heading to their rooms one after the other. Gustav proceeded to head to his room as well and sat on his bed. He still had work to do with the equipment he was building, so he was thinking of opening the spatial construct so he could continue it in the middle of the night, or he would channel his bloodline. He was currently at the third step of the Echo rank, and everyone else was either at the first or Pika Falcon rank. Endrik and Elever were the only ones whose rank were close to Gustav's. Endrik was ranked in the 7th place when they were still in the MBO camp, but no one was actually aware of how strong he truly was. Endrik never tried to challenge the cadets above him on the ranking, and only battled openly when others below challenged. He never showed his true prowess, yet he always won against the challengers. After meeting him, the last time Gustav felt Endrik's strength was most likely amongst top 3 in their group, and didn't doubt that it rivaled that of Elevera's. It would be foolish to underestimate someone who doesn't show his full prowess, because Gustav knew very well of how enemies that underestimated his strength in the past met their end. Gustav moved towards the bed and sat on it. He was thinking of going into a few months of seclusion to properly channel his bloodline, so he could get to the peak of the 4th step before ISOP began. However, he decided he would only do this after creating the device he was currently working on. Calm, calm, calm. While Gustav was in his world of thoughts, he heard the sound of soft knocks on his door. "Oh," he muttered as he realized who was knocking. Gustav stood to his feet and went on to open his room door. "Angie, Gustav," they both voiced with tones as they stared in each other's eyes. "Can I come in?" she questioned after a brief silence. "Sure." Gustav moved to the side to let her in. After closing his door, they both moved towards his bedside and sat on it. "It's late. You should be asleep by now," Gustav voiced out. "Pass, he'll do that later," Angie responded while moving closer to him. "What I want to do now is—" Her face closed in on his till her 2 little horns made contact with his forehead. "Spend time with you." As she finished saying this, she locked lips with Gustav. Gustav slightly parted his lips and proceeded to passionately suck on Angie's lips as well. She reached out and wrapped her hand around his neck as she pulled his body closer to hers. Gustav's hands moved towards her waist, and he proceeded to rub his fingers across her slim waist down to her butt area. Angie pushed her body on his, and Gustav fell on his back as they kept kissing each other passionately. The low sound of lips locking kept ringing out in the room continuously for more than 5 minutes. Angie was currently in a tight khaki shorts and blue tank top, so her smooth back was currently on display. This gave Gustav the chance to trail his fingers across them as they kissed each other. He proceeded to move further downwards and grabbed Angie's, but he couldn't understand why. But at this time, he felt they were bigger than he remembered. Gustav began undressing Angie from her shorts to her tank too, and she helped in pulling off Gustav's singlet as well, revealing his broad chest and well-chiseled body. They stared at each other for a bit with looks of desire and fascination before locking lips once more, in the process of beginning another passionate round of kisses. Gustav unhooked her bra, freeing her medium-sized boobs and causing them to press onto his chest. He pushed her onto the bed once more and grabbed them with both his hands before proceeding to feast on them. Gustav placed one of her nipples in between his lips and started sucking on them. He would occasionally switch and then swirl his tongue around them, causing Angie to moan in pleasure. She could feel her nether regions getting flooded as Gustav continued to leave trail of kisses and sucking across her entire upper body. At this point, Gustav's member was raging hard and kept poking Angie's lower belly region. Chapter 1049. She also felt every other death by his hands after that was very much necessary as well, since they were evil beings. The problem with Angie's situation was the fact that the person she killed was another officer whose mind had been taken over by one of the aliens. Not only was this person supposedly on their side, it was possible for them to be freed from the hold of the alien. Besides this, Angie was someone who wasn't so open to hurting others, so killing this person out of circumstance to save Eldris might have caused for internal issues for her. These factors put together made Gustav a bit worried, and he decided he would speak to her later. The gang spent hours chatting, and Gustav eventually moved to the kitchen to prepare a meal for everyone. Some of them joined to assist, but Gustav didn't allow them to do much because he didn't want the flavor of any food. He cooked having a different taste than he intended. Time went by very quickly, and before they knew it, midnight had arrived. The house had more than 10 rooms, so everyone could pick their sleeping space without any issues. They had spent the entire day catching up with each other and telling some interesting stories, so it was finally time to sleep. Everyone besides Gustav was just returning from a mission, so they really needed to rest. "All right, bud, till next morning." "Yeah, guys." Later, they fist bumped each other before heading to their rooms one after the other. Gustav proceeded to head to his room as well and sat on his bed. He still had work to do with the equipment he was building, so he was thinking of opening the spatial construct so he could continue it in the middle of the night, or he would channel his bloodline. He was currently at the 3rd step of the Echo rank, and everyone else was either at the 1st or peak of Falcon rank. Endrik and Alevra were the only ones whose rank were close to Gustav's. Endrik was ranked in the 7th place when they were still in the MBO camp, but no one was actually aware of how strong he truly was. Endrik never tried to challenge the cadets above him on the ranking, and only battled openly when others below challenged. He never showed his true prowess, yet he always won against the challengers. After meeting him, the last time Gustav felt Endrik's strength was most likely amongst top 3 in their group, and didn't doubt that it rivaled that of Alevra's. It would be foolish to underestimate someone who doesn't show his full prowess, because Gustav knew very well of how enemies that underestimated his strength in the past met their end. Gustav moved towards the bed and sat on it. He was thinking of going into a few months of seclusion to properly channel his bloodline, so he could get to the peak of the 4th step before ISOP began. However, he decided he would only do this after creating the device he was currently working on. Calm. While Gustav was in his world of thoughts, he heard the sound of soft knocks on his door. "Oh," he muttered as he realized who was knocking. Gustav stood to his feet and went on to open his room door. "Angie, Gustav," they both voiced with tones as they stared in each other's eyes. "Can I come in?" she questioned after a brief silence. "Sure." Gustav moved to the side to let her in. After closing his door, they both moved towards his bedside and sat on it. "It's late. You should be asleep by now," Gustav voiced out. "Pass, they'll do that later," Angie responded while moving closer to him. "What I want to do now is—" Her face closed in on his till her 2 little horns made contact with his forehead. "Spend time with you." As she finished saying this, she locked lips with Gustav. Gustav slightly parted his lips and proceeded to passionately suck on Angie's lips as well. She reached out and wrapped her hand around his neck as she pulled his body closer to hers. Gustav's hands moved towards her waist, and he proceeded to rub his fingers across her slim waist down to her butt area. Angie pushed her body on his, and Gustav fell on his back as they kept kissing each other passionately. The low sound of lips locking kept ringing out in the room continuously for more than 5 minutes. Angie was currently in a tight khaki shorts and blue tank top, so her smooth back was currently on display. This gave Gustav the chance to trail his fingers across them as they kissed each other. He proceeded to move further downwards and grabbed Angie's, but he couldn't understand why. But at this time, he felt they were bigger than he remembered. Gustav began undressing Angie from her shorts to her tank too, and she helped in pulling off Gustav's singlet as well, revealing his broad chest and well-chiseled body. They stared at each other for a bit with looks of desire and fascination before locking lips once more, in the process of beginning another passionate round of kisses. Gustav unhooked her bra, freeing her medium-sized boobs and causing them to press onto his chest. He pushed her onto the bed once more and grabbed them with both his hands before proceeding to feast on them. Gustav placed one of her nipples in between his lips and started sucking on them. He would occasionally switch and then swirl his tongue around them, causing Angie to moan in pleasure. She could feel her nether regions getting flooded as Gustav continued to leave trail of kisses and sucking across her entire upper body. At this point, Gustav's member was raging hard and kept poking Angie's lower belly region. Chapter 1050, she reached out to grab it with her right hand and began rubbing it with a look of ecstasy plastered across her face. After they spent a few more minutes on foreplay, Gustav finally took Angie's panties off and spread her legs as he pointed his member straight at her nether region. "I'm going in, Angie," he muttered as he reached down and pushed forward. Squelching sounds rang out as Angie's face squeezed up, and she let out a loud moan. Ugh. The night went by in a flash, and the group awoke the next morning. It was already noisy in the living room as they walked down the stairs one after the other. "How was the night?" E kept asking everyone as they walked down and chatted with them a little. "I don't need to ask you how the night was," E said to Gustav as he winked. "Don't make it awkward." Eldris tapped EBS' head from behind. "How you guys always know?" Gustav's eyebrows furrowed as he questioned. "That you and Angie were training hard in the midnight," E voiced with a sarcastic tone. "That was them training," Falco voiced from the side as he pushed himself into the circle. "Yes, Falco, they were training, E responded. "Cool. Make sure you two call me to join next time," Falco said to Gustav with a fired-up expression. "He didn't just fall for that, did he?" Timmy voiced from the side with a look of disbelief. "Fall for what?" "I also want to get stronger," Falco said with a look of innocence. "PFFFFTT. Pah. Ha. Ha, no, this is too funny." They bursted out laughing in the next instant, causing Falco to look around with an expression of confusion. "Make sure you call him to join you next time, Gus. Threesomes isn't necessarily a bad thing," E kept laughing hysterically as he voiced out. "Shut up," Gustav chuckled, a little feeling bad for Falco. He was just like Falco before, so he could relate to not being very knowledgeable about sex. The girls by the side stared at the boys, and some of them face-bombed when they caught on to what was happening. Those idiots! Mathilda felt the urge to punch E in the spleen. While E was the most fun person in their group, Matilda felt he made too many jokes. Minutes later, everyone was seated in place as they listened to Gustav speak. "Yes, I am currently at the major rank, and every one of you here is still below the lieutenant rank, so you'll be placed in squads or platoons. Squad or platoons are led by captains and majors, so a squad can have up to 30 officers and be led by a captain, while a platoon can have up to 100 officers and is led by a major, so I can have up to 100 officers under me. I haven't chose any officer yet because I only want people I trust under me." Gustav paused a bit as he got to this point. "I have issues trusting others, and to be honest, I still do, but I can say to an extent, I trust every single person seated underneath this roof," Gustav voiced out. The only exception from this list was Glade, of course, but then she had been turned into Gustav's personal sleep agent, so this wasn't really a problem. "I wish for you all to be members of my platoon and help in choosing others with potential later in the future, but I am not enforcing it. If you do not wish to be a part of my platoon, you are free to say so," Gustav stated as he paused once more. He turned to stare at everyone one after the other. "Nah, I'm good. I want us to stick together. Brothers forever," he voiced out when Gustav stared in his direction. "I want to be with you," Vera voiced out. "There's no way I'm leaving." Eldris shook his head. "I like the team and the connection we've built. So no, I won't be leaving either," Elevra voiced out as she smiled. Her response was surprising to Gustav, but he nodded afterwards. Elevra seemed like someone who liked to do things on her own, similar to Gustav. They were both pretty much a one-man army on their own, so Gustav felt it would make more sense for her to climb the ranks on her own. Maybe in the future, when she attains this rank, she'll create her own platoon, Gustav thought, but for now it didn't matter. "You don't even have to ask me, you know my answer," Angie said with a smile when Gustav fixed his gaze on her. Everyone had agreed to join his platoon, so he decided they would be the very first and amongst the leaders in his platoon if he decided to add more people in the future. Since everyone has decided to be a part of my platoon, I will state a few of my future plans, Gustav began voicing out. First off, I'm participating in ISOP, so we will win this year. Before ISOP, I want us to participate in a mission to help you all raise your ranks, Gustav stated. But ISOP training is about 3 weeks away. It's mandatory, we can't miss it, Falco voiced out. The entire 6 months can't be without field or practical experiments. When it's time for such situations, we'll have our mission, Gustav answered. They all nodded in understanding, seeing how that made sense. But I still won't be attending ISOP training with you guys, he added to clarify things. They would have doubted Gustav could pull that off, but they knew him well enough to know he could, especially since the MBO had been eager for him to join all this time. After ISOP ID want us to go on a mission to help Princess Daria and her planet out, Gustav stated. Chapter 1051. Everyone had looks of confusion on their faces as they heard that, but Matilda's eyes widened as her face displayed a look of astonishment. You remembered? She voiced out with a tone of disbelief. Of course I did, Gustav responded with a slight nod. A smile appeared on Matilda's face as her eyes turned teary. But there will still be a few processes it'll have to go through to make that happen, which would also involve asking for practically an army since it's a war. But if the MBO doesn't give permission, we'll have to do this on our own, Gustav explained. What exactly are we talking about here? Evie inquired. It'll brief you all in the future since it's quite the long story, or maybe Matilda will do the honors, Gustav responded. They'll be going on a lot of intergalactic travels after ISOP, so this will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he added. Everyone felt the coming days will be a whole lot interesting with Gustav in the picture. He was always running into crazy situations, or crazy situations were coming to find him. Endrick will be joining the platoon, so you all will be the first members of my platoon, as well as its leaders, Gustav announced. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Everyone was surprised Gustav was finally letting Endrick in, but they were all in support of this. Endrick would be a great addition to the team, since he wasn't in any way weak. The kid still had the highest potential amongst all of the MBO cadets, while Gustav was seen as the best mixed blood of this generation. They felt both brothers would undoubtedly shake the universe in the future. Anyways, they'll get the form required to recruit you all into my platoon, so you all make sure to put in the required details so we can get this whole process over with as soon as possible, Gustav voiced out. The days went by very quickly, and during this time Gustav had managed to get every one of them to officially join his platoon. No one was below the lance rank in their group, so it was easy to deal with the process of adding them to his platoon. During this time, they had checked out different missions they could undertake either as a group or in singles. There were still 3 weeks left before the ISOP training began, so Gustav reckoned they could complete low-starred missions in that duration and improve their chances of increasing their ranks. While doing this, they were also having daily training with Gustav. It was the job of the leader of a platoon to watch out for the officers under them and make sure they kept growing and increasing in strength. It was Gustav's job to train them now, since they were already out of the MBO, and made sure they remained ever ready for missions. Another week had gone by at this point, and today was another day. They were training together within one of the training structures in the second base. Gustav stood in the middle of a plain, grounded area with everyone surrounding him. Anyone that can land a hit on me can skip training for the next week. That's a dangerous offer, Gus, E.E. voiced out with a light chuckle. Even if you're stronger than all of us, at least one person is guaranteed to successfully land a hit, Timmy voiced out next. And who says that one person is going to be you? Gustav responded with a daring look and a smirk. Oh, you? That was sharp, Rhea stated with a burst of laughter. Challenge accepted, Timmy said with a decisive tone. That's good, none of you, including you, Alevra, will be able to touch me, Gustav voiced out next. I will make you eat your words, Gustav, Elevra said with a serious look. "I'm counting on it." Gustav still maintained a smirk on his face as he voiced out. "You have no idea how fast I have become to you," Angie voiced out as she felt neglected. "Your speed means nothing, Angie. You are weak," Gustav stated in response. "Sotsawis." A third horn grew out of Angie's forehand as her energy expanded intensely. "I will touch you before you even get the chance to blink," Angie voiced with a triggered tone. That was phrased a bit too suspiciously, he said from the corner. "You all can put in your best efforts, use your best ability, and practically anything at your disposal, but you have 5 minutes to try and make contact with me," Gustav explained while setting up a timer. Everyone took battle stances at this point as they prepared for Gustav to give the go-ahead. "After 5 minutes, I will attack if no one has managed to make contact with me," Gustav announced. They all fanned out, giving Gustav space but still surrounding him. "Your time starts now." Gustav's mouth was still open from saying now, which proved he just finished the sentence, yet Angie had already arrived in front of him. "Sweet!" She shot her fist forward with a smirk on her face as everything around her had turned slow. "This is going to hurt, but you deserve it, my love," she said internally without a shred of remorse. However, in the next instant, Gustav's mouth, that were still wide opened, closed up as his eyeballs, which were initially still focused up ahead, moved downwards. The instant his eyes locked on Angie, he moved to the side. Swash! Angie's figure blasted past him with intense speed, generating winds across the place. Everyone else had wide eyes as they spotted Angie far behind Gustav. Meanwhile, they were still in the same position as before, because Gustav just started the timer. They already knew what happened and charged forward to attack Gustav as well. A vortex appeared behind Gustav just as Angie was speeding backwards, which ended up making her appear in a different place while EES' hand phased out of it. Chapter 1052 with a lightning blitz. Gustav could travel over 600,000 feet in an instant, but Angie could do the same and even better when she had activated the third horn mode. Despite it being an instant, which meant less than a second, Angie had already caught up to him within milliseconds and was about to make contact with him in the lightning state. Gustav had to cancel the skill midway and reappeared back more than 100,000 feet away. Angie couldn't easily cancel her speed and ended up moving past another 100,000 feet before stopping. Everyone else in the previous position all had looks of disbelief as they saw both of them disappeared. They quickly began charging after Gustav despite not being as fast. He opened up a vortex closing in the distance quickly while Angie began to speed back, and Gustav also turned backwards and sped off, leaving her to chase him. At this point, only around 30 seconds had gone by, but even with these few 30 seconds, they had come to realize it wouldn't be so easy catching Gustav. "Let's surround him and attack at the same time. Someone is definitely bound to touch him," Eldris voiced out to the rest. "Tell that to Angie too," he stated. Eldris opened his eyes at this point, causing the entire vicinity to turn into black and white. He turned into a circular wave and disappeared, reappearing right in front of Angie and latching onto her due to one of his abilities. "We have to attack at the same time," Eldris voiced out the instant she stopped running. Swoosh! Gustav had reappeared in another position at this point, and they were all charging in his direction once more. Rhea stomped on the ground, causing himself to sink into it, as it began to take him forward in Gustav's direction as well. Vera threw seeds to the ground and caused a forestry type of vegetative environment to sprout in a couple of seconds. Vines and multiple spiky branches sprouted out at her command, ready to attack Gustav. Meanwhile, Elevra III, I had been revealed and was ready to fire destructive beams at Gustav. They all surrounded Gustav from every direction and slowly closed in on his position. They waited for Eldris' signal to attack. "So, you all plan to attack me at the same instant. Pretty good plan," Gustav said with a smile. At this point, over 1 minute had passed, and there were still over 3 minutes left, so they still had time. Good plan, right? At least one person will touch you even if the rest of us fail, Eldris and E voiced out as they prepared to attack. Not a bad plan, but you all will still fail, Gustav said with a smile. The group wondered where this confidence was coming from because, logically speaking, no matter how strong Gustav was, there were up to 10 in number, so at least one person would be able to touch him even, if it was just a little. Eldris was a bit suspicious that Gustav still had something up his sleeves, but this didn't stop him. He gave them the signal, and Angie grabbed hold of Timmy. She flung him forward with her inhumane speed, while everyone else dashed forward at the same speed. They arrived before Gustav in no time, and hands could be seen stretching towards Gustav's body from every direction. One was heading towards his belly, another towards his chest, nape, face, back, chin, back of his head, but thighs, sides, and arms. Every side was covered, and there was not a single open spot that Gustav could exploit. Even if he cranked up his speed by a whole lot, he would definitely make contact with someone while trying to get out of this encirclement. Angie appeared above him in the next instant, as well, with her leg swinging down from above with the intention of kicking his head as well. It looked they would make contact with Gustav, and there was no hope of getting out of the current predicament. A smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face, once more, as his eyes displayed a scarlet with a mixture of gold glow. His lips parted ways elegantly as he voiced out a single word. Stop. Full whooshasm. Golden outburst of energy blasted forth from his being, spreading across the vicinity, and in the next instant, as everyone's body paused in midair, they all had looks of astonishment and disbelief in their eyes as their bodies just paused in place. They had lost all control over their bodies except for their eyeballs, which could only look around. Besides that, they were unable to break out of this unusual hold spread by the unfathomable energy that had just burst forth from Gustav's figure. What the hell? How is this even possible? How is he doing this? What in the world? They all had these thoughts circulating in their minds, as they couldn't wrap their heads around how this was happening. Gustav slowly moved forward and sideways, shifting out of their encirclement after a few seconds. He moved towards their back and brought out a device to take a picture of everyone paused in place. He was standing behind while they all paused behind with a space in the middle of their encirclement. This is a nice picture, Gustav voiced out after checking it, and proceeded to keep his device. I warned you guys you wouldn't be able to touch me, Gustav voiced out after a bit of silence. They all still couldn't speak, so they remained in place silently. There's still 3 minutes left. Just hold on, I'll release y'all after the time is up. After saying this, Gustav could sense that they were struggling to free themselves even more. However, Gustav knew just how powerful his Yarki was now, so the possibility of any one of them getting out of it was 0%, especially when they were all Echo-ranked mixed bloods. Chapter 1053, she moved towards their back and brought out a device to take a picture of everyone paused in place. He was standing behind while they all paused behind with a space in the middle of their encirclement. This is a nice picture, Gustav voiced out after checking it, and proceeded to keep his device. I warned you guys you wouldn't be able to touch me, Gustav voiced out after a bit of silence. They all still couldn't speak, so they remained in place silently. There's still 3 minutes left. Just hold on, I'll release y'all after the time is up. After saying this, Gustav could sense that they were struggling to free themselves even more. However, Gustav knew just how powerful his Yarki was now, so the possibility of any one of them getting out of it was 0%, especially when they were all Echo-ranked mixed bloods. Before he absorbed Gisadinum's cosmic superiority, his Yarki was already having effect on Kilo-ranked mixed bloods, so no doubt it was way more powerful right now than before. Gustav was currently not just using his Yarki, but also another ability attributed to cosmic superiority. Yarki would only make their movements pause and cause their knees to buckle, so they'd be on the ground. But this other ability caused every single one of them to pause in midair as well. Angie, who had leapt upwards, was suspended in midair, as well as Rhea. It was truly a funny sight. The rest of the 3 minutes went by in a flash, and Gustav finally deactivated his cosmic superiority. Plop, 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 plop. Everyone began falling from the air like sacks of rice. Ugh. Some of them groaned as they picked themselves up from the ground and stared in Gustav's direction, waiting for an explanation. What the hell was that, man? He was the first to yell out impatiently with a shocked tone. Puffed. Gustav couldn't control the urge to laugh after seeing the look on his face. All right, time to school you guys a little, Gustav stated, causing their attention to be focused on him even more. What I just used there is a power called cosmic superiority. As you can see, it rendered you all immobile at my command. This is a privilege owned by cosmic superior beings all across the universe, Gustav explained. You mean there are others that can use this power as well? Alevra asked with a tone of fascination. Yes, but there are very few all across the entire universe, probably less than my 10 fingers. That's how rare cosmic superior beings are. And anybody could be blessed by the cosmos and achieve cosmic superiority no matter what planet they come from, Gustav answered. Cosmic superior beings literally defies universal laws with their power and are above normal supernatural beings who can be bent to their will no matter how powerful, he added. How long have you had this? Eldris questioned. I've had this since before we began our first year in camp, Gustav replied with a smile. That means you could have won any battle easily. You could have been winning fights instantly if you made use of it, Timi and Rhea voiced out with tones of realization. Everyone had similar looks on their faces as they wondered why Gustav never made use of this. I would, but I had to keep it hidden that I had such a power, Gustav stated. Does it work on everyone and anyone? E inquired. It has a limit on the amount of levels a being is stronger than the user. I wouldn't be able to successfully use it on someone like Miss Amy, but beings lower than her level or 4 levels and above higher than I am would be slightly affected. Still, I can use it on a number of people that are stronger than me and easily overturn the situation, while those who are weaker than me have no chance of fighting against it, Gustav explained. It would be way crazier if it could work on anyone. You would instantly become the most powerful person in the world, Angie voiced out. It's already crazy that he has such an ability in the first place. Why did you decide to reveal it to us now? Falco questioned. Because I have been hiding a lot of my abilities from the world all this time. I had to keep them hidden to stay safe, but I can't keep doing that forever. I intend to stop hiding my abilities and put them on full display during ISOP. We'll be meeting very powerful opponents with lots of experience, thousands of years old, and very strong. If I hold back, I'm sure we'll lose, Gustav clarified. You mean to say there are more crazy abilities you have besides this? E questioned. This is the cream of the crop, but yes, I do have more I never revealed openly except in very dangerous situations, Gustav responded. They all stared at Gustav like he was a monstrous existence at this point. They felt it now made sense how he came out of so many situations without dying. They couldn't imagine how ISOP would go with someone like Gustav on their sides, but at the very least they weren't so tensed as before. Time was relative for planets all across galaxies in the universe, and they knew this. While no one beyond the age of 20 was allowed to participate in ISOP due to the Earth's rotation around the Sun, which took 365 days. For other planets, it could take thousands of days or hundreds of thousands of days before their planet would finish revolving around the Sun. Their own 20 years would be equivalent to thousands of years for Earth, which of course would make the opponents way stronger in some places. The time thing was truly beneficiary for some planets and bad for others, but nothing could be done to change this. This was how it always was. Chapter 1054. Are you not bothered the MBO or the world government would see you as a threat when you start to reveal these abilities you've been hiding all this time? Eldris questioned. They can get wary, but they can't lay a finger on me, at least not anymore, Gustav said with a tone of relief. It's finally time to stop hiding, he said internally as the bloodline energies within his body began chiming in response, like they were ready for the show Gustav was going to pull in the upcoming ISOP. Anyways, now y'all understand. Why, I said you'd never be able to touch me. Gustav chuckled at this point. No fair. That's too powerful, Angie and Glade voiced out together. Angie really felt her speed was now useless. The others didn't complain, but it was obvious they were still having a hard time comprehending just what type of power this was. Which brings me to the other reason I used it against you all here. Their attention was once more focused on Gustav as they heard this. I want to teach you all how to fight against the power of cosmic superiority, Gustav added. What? But didn't you just say it was... I know what I said, Gustav cut them short. But it's not impossible. Someone has broken free from the power of my cosmic superiority before, Gustav revealed. They all had astonished expressions as they heard that. The energy surge from Gustav earlier rendered them so useless that they had all discarded the thought from their heads that it could be fought against. And no, this person was not overly powerful than I was at the time. I was also weaker as well, but the point is, it's possible, Gustav added. We don't know what we will meet in ISOP, and the chances of battling with the other cosmic superior being is not 0%. So I want to teach you all how to fight against cosmic superiority before the date for ISOP arrives. Gustav explained his point of reasoning. How though? It feels impossible, Timmy asked. I will start by using the lowest powered outburst of my Yarki. We'll have to start from there. So you guys can familiarize yourselves with how it feels to submit to the power, Gustav replied. Everyone had fired up looks on their faces at this point as they looked forward to the teachings. While still be training normally and conducting missions in the process too, the group went on to discuss the last mission Timmy, Falco, and the others went on that involved the Jenxidus. Falco stated that wanted them to go on group missions that involved the Slarkov terrorist group. However, Guadav was not too interested in them at the moment. He told them they would spend a lot of time if they focused on such a mission, and they didn't really have that kind of time at the moment. The whole situation of uprooting the terrorists from Earth will take a lot of time, and Gustav was sure it wouldn't be an easy task, so he didn't want to get involved. Young Joe-related situations had given him too much trouble, so he had decided he would leave this one in the hands of other MBO officers. His focus was now on intergalactic travels, which would be a constant thing for him in the future. In a flash, another week went by, and during this time, some members of the platoons had competed solo or duo missions. As more missions were completed by members of the platoon, the merit of the platoon would increase. Platoons always received what was called reputation points from these merits, and it decided their ranking in the MBO. Platoon ranking was a thing in the MBO, and at the moment Gustav's platoon was below 2,000 on the ranking. He didn't really care about this because his platoon was still new. They had other priorities in the meantime. After a few more days of training, Endrick returned from his solo mission and joined them. At this point, the platoon now consisted of 11 members besides Gustav. The platoon with the lowest number of members in the MBO, and it was generally made up of new generation MBO officers. It had garnered quite the ridicule and laughs from other MBO, but Gustav didn't care about any of those at this point. They were truly just starting out, and their focus was on other things, so they could be less bothered about their platoon being a laughingstock in the meantime. ISOP was approaching, and ISOP training was beginning in a few days. Endrick only joined Gustav and the others to train for a few more days before it was finally time to leave the second base for ISOP training. Niagara, Iceland's Endrick voiced out. Interesting choice of location, although I've never been there, he stated before chuckling a bit. Just don't get beaten by a non-MBO officers. The selection for main team members come first, Timmy voiced out. The main issue would be the others who have already been officers for more than a year despite being only 20 years old or lesser, Falco said with a logical tone. It's best we check out Niagara Iceland's well because knowing the location properly can be advantageous. Matilda voiced out as well. I doubt we'll be having the participation battle in the open, though, Angie said with a contemplative expression. The group was seated together in the living room the night before the ISOP training would officially begin. They were discussing how things would be in the training location, which was called Niagara Iceland's. What do you think, Gustav? Matilda questioned, causing everyone to turn and stare in Gustav's direction. I think you lot should stop arguing and just go to bed. Your flight leaves by 7 in the morning, and you'll be dragged into the selection battle that will determine whether or not you'll be on the main team. The only thing that should be on your minds is getting a spot on the main team, Gustav voiced out. Chapter 1055S. And yes, your selection battle will most likely be in the open, but since it's an Iceland area, it will only be advantageous to mix bloods with water-type abilities, so expect the disadvantage, but work through it and win, he added. The entire place descended into silence for a bit, as their faces shone looks of contemplation. Dinner, Gustav said, as he stood to his feet. Yeah, count me in. I'm famished, they all voiced out one after the other. Let E cook for you guys then, Gustav said with a mischievous look. Really? E voiced out with an excited tone as he stood to his feet. No way. Definitely not. I refuse to eat poison in the name of dinner, Timmy, Eldris, and Falco voiced out strongly. Endrick had a look of confusion on his face, wondering if he missed something. Come on, guys. I promise him a better cook now, E said with a pleading tone. No. Oh, hell no. Bah-ha-ha-ha. Everyone bursted into laughter at this point. The night went by very quickly, and the next morning arrived. The group packed their things and left to the second base revetment. Gustav followed them, but he was actually heading to a different location. He got into a separate aircraft from theirs and left the base. The group also left after a bit. They were being flown towards Niagara Iceland's, while Gustav was heading towards his mansion in one of the desert areas. It's been a while since I last visited there, but at least I'll be able to enter seclusion without any issues now, Gustav thought as he sat in the aircraft. He still had transportation issues and was unable to find a level 7 dimensional bracelet after checking for the past 3 weeks. Gustav had also gone from base to base just to see if he could find any, but it was to no avail. Not even level 5 dimensional bracelets were available because dimensional bracelets were always a rare commodity as a whole. Gustav had made contact with the Grand General in charge of the second base some time ago and asked if it was possible for it to be made, but he mentioned their partnership with Joe Technologies had been cut off. Despite the controversial issues, Joe Technologies was still the best in then world, and they were specifically in charge of creating these types of gadgets and tools for the MBO. The new technology companies could not hold a candle to them, and in the meantime, were still trying to reach that height, so it was tasking for them to creating cutting-edge gadgets or weaponry like Joe Technologies. In the case of the dimensional bracelet, Gustav had placed a custom order for a level 7 bracelet with the new technology company. The MBO was in league with. However, they told him he would have to wait for many months as they were not sure they were capable of replicating it accurately. Gustav didn't know whether to wait for them or just use the favor he had with Grand Commander Cheyenne to acquire a new one. Anyhow things went, he had to make sure he did something about the whole situation soon. In a couple of hours, Gustav arrived at his house with the MBO aircraft. This area was a closed-off city at the edge of a desert. It wasn't a large city and was only fairly popular, so it barely got attractions from the rest of the world. Gustav's mansion was butter-colored with a few red carvings at different spots. It had a runway and parking hangar for aircraft. Aside this, there were also a few garages, and 2 hover cars were parked within. The mansion was very large with an exquisite design and multiple balcony areas with luxurious-looking windows. There was also a waterfront and bright lights with a small statue in front of a floating blood above the palm of a lady with wings. Every area just looked absolutely beautiful, no matter the angle one stared at it from. The instant Gustav got off the aircraft, he felt something was off. The aircraft took off in the next instant, since they had already fulfilled their orders of dropping him off, and they greeted Gustav respectfully while taking off. Gustav nodded at them, but adopted a calm face as he moved towards the house. "Welcome, Sir Gustav. What are your orders?" As the main door slid open, a bot moved towards him while voicing out. Gustav took off his jacket and passed it over to the bot and proceeded to unbutton a few of his upper button t-shirt before moving towards the living room. He heaved a heavy sigh that sounded like he was tired before moving towards the sofa. The living room was massive with a big holographic TV switching on the moment he arrived within. The tiles on the floor were made of rare glass materials that made it look like one was standing on the surface of the ocean. Gustav sat on the sofa and leaned backwards as he pushed his body down a bit. He closed his eyes as his face adopted a relaxed state in his current position. Moments turned into seconds, and seconds turned into minutes. At this point, it looked like Gustav had passed out on the sofa. All of a sudden, Xian, for silver-colored humanoid-looking technological suits, appeared out of thin air all around the sofa Gustav was sitting on. The instant they appeared around the sofa, Gustav opened his eyes, but at the same moment, they were each holding onto the ends of a golden, glowing net that was spread across the entire sofa area above Gustav. The moment they released their grasp from the net, it fell and covered Gustav up completely. Thurshach, sizzling sounds rang out as 4 bolts connected to the floor from the 4 corners of the net, trapping Gustav in place. Chapter 1056. Hold on for an hour or two. Gustav looked around and spotted more of these silver-colored metallic suits appearing out of thin air. Target Gustav Crimson has been acquired, one of them voiced out as he moved to Gustav's front. Their voices sounded tweaked with a mixture of raspy and robotic. There were more than 8 of them in the living room at this point, and he knew there were people within these technological suits. It's sealing my bloodlines, and the suits they use completely hides from the superwoman senses of a mixed blood. Although I did sense their presence to an extent, Gustav analyzed internally. Interesting cutting-edge technology, she voiced out as he tried getting out of the net. It is futile. Even an Omega-ranked mixed blood will have their bloodline sealed if they were trapped in one of these. Another one voiced out as they spotted Gustav trying to get out of the net. "Oh, I know it's truly a good piece. I intend on acquiring it, so I will not be damaging it in any way," Gustav voiced in response. "You won't be getting out of it either," another one of them voiced out. "Prepare to transfer the target out of here," the leader commanded. These fools never learn. "But it's good," Gustav stated while shaking his head as he spotted the figures moving closer to him. "Jinxidus, y'all didn't do your research well enough before trying to abduct me," he added as he sat up properly. "It's no surprise you know who we are, but you are still not getting out of." The leader was still speaking when Gustav stood to his feet and pulled the net off himself with a casual expression. The leader, the others, they couldn't believe their eyes as they saw Gustav get out of the trap without stressing. Their brains had not clicked fast enough to act when Gustav uttered a single word, "tremble." The tone and intense power in his voice sprees across the vicinity, causing every single one of them to buckle. They were unable to struggle against the unfathomable power as they began to drop to their knees. Plop, 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 plop. Gustav held the net in his hands and scrutinized it for a bit, ignoring the kneeling bunch in front of him. "Thanks for the gift. This will certainly come in handy," Gustav voiced out before keeping it in his storage device. Step, 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 step. He slowly began to step forward majestically as he walked past some of them. all of who were still kneeling on the ground, unable to free themselves from the hold of his power. "I see you brought company," Gustav voiced out as his senses traveled more than a redue's of 50,000 feet. He could sense the approaching aircraft from the north. "I shall welcome them with open arms as well," he added with a smirk. They all felt chills crawl down their spines as they heard this, but they were unable to warn the rest of their comrades, even if they wanted to. They all felt chills crawl down their spines as they heard this, but they were unable to warn the rest of their comrades, even if they wanted to. Two whitish aircraft could be seen flying above a desert area with very quick speeds. The yellow sands could be seen far and wide across the place, but in a few seconds, a small city could be spotted up ahead. All of a sudden, emergency. The team in charge of acquiring the targets had been compromised. Emergency. The team in charge of acquiring the targets have been compromised. Emergency. The team in charge of acquiring the targets have been compromised. A message was being passed across within both aircraft. The person who was voicing this out was like a commander and didn't give any other explanations besides the other team being compromised. Turn around and head back to base right now. Turn around and head back to base right now. The commander voiced out, once more causing the pilots and a few other members of the Genxidus within the aircraft to display looks of confusion. "Sir, what of the others?" One of the pilots voiced out through the communication system. Forget about them and head back right now. The commander yelled out once more. The pilots decided to follow instructions at this point and started turning both aircraft around. However, at the same moment, a wind-breaking sound rang out heavily. Thria. It sounded like the skies were being split in two as a figure was spotted bursting through the clouds at insane speed. Beep, 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 beep. The alarms within the aircraft rang out crazily as the radar gave proximity alert. However, they barely had enough time to react before the object, or rather person approaching, arrived right in front of the aircraft on the left. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as the aircraft paused in the air. I can't move. We're stuck. We're stuck. They found out they were unable to completely turn around or even move anymore, no matter how much they tried. Oh my God, it's him. He has us in his grasp. Echo 2 run. The pilots, as well as the other Genxidus members within the aircraft, yelled crazily. They had already spotted the figure with dirty blonde hair and black t-shirt on the cams holding into the aircraft from the side. The other aircraft had completely done a 180 degrees turn at this point and sped forward crazily. Gustav, who was holding onto the other one, ripped it in two halves by pulling from side to side. Erherg! Kyrar! The passengers and pilots yelled like pigs being slaughtered as they fell from the skies crazily. Activate your suit. One of them voiced out as they fell through the air. Gustav, who had ripped the aircraft in two, didn't even wait around for the ones falling from the air. He had already sped forward with immense speed. Swoosh, he bolted across the sky crazily, parting the clouds with his speedy figure. The aircraft that thought it had gotten away suddenly saw a figure appear in front of it in the next instant. Chapter 1057 Espang. Gustav's palms were pushed forward, and the aircraft collided with it, causing the aircraft to instantly pause in midair. The part of the aircraft, with Gustav palms on them, had a big dent due to the sudden pause in midair. Come on now. You just arrived. Where do you think you're going? Gustav questioned, as a wide grin appeared on his face. What kind of host would I be if I didn't give you lots a bit of entertainment? He added as he held the aircraft in place. Chills ran down the spines of the pilots and everyone else within the aircraft at the moment. Not only did this type of aircraft weigh almost 500,000 kilograms, and with how fast it was moving, the amount of destructive force it was carrying was enough to crash through tons of high-rise building without its momentum reducing. They had heard about how powerful Gustav was for his bloodline rank, but they felt the information given was too inaccurate compared to how powerful he truly was. The pilot within gritted his teeth as he pushed a button within the cockpit, causing more thrusters to appear behind the aircraft. See as boom, the thrusters shot out like crazy, and these were supposedly supposed to increase the speed of the aircraft by 10 times its original speed. To their utmost surprise and disbelief, Gustav remained in front of the aircraft, unyielding. "Time to join your companions on the ground," Gustav voiced out before pushing his fingers deeper into the outer covering of the aircraft. He pulled both hands towards the side, ripping the entire spacecraft in two. "Airfast! Kairha!" The Jenxidus members yelled out as they fell through the air. Gustav remained suspended in midair as he stared at the falling figures. God Eyes has been activated. His sight phased forward with intense speed, reaching the area he had ripped the first spacecraft apart. He spotted some of the Jenxidus members fully clad in the same technological suits as the others he dealt with in his living room. "This was a really wonderful welcome, by the way," Gustav muttered with a smile as he dashed across the sky once more. Fyi, the Jenxidus members who had started flying were helping out the others who didn't have the suit. The instant they spotted Gustav's fast figure flying in their direction from up ahead, they activated their weapons system. Fwy, fwy, fwy. Multiple blue-colored laser beams shot out speedily. "Rubbish," Gustav muttered as he pushed his hand forward. A gravitational force spread forth from his being, which ended up deflecting the multiple projectiles headed for his direction. Gustav arrived in front of one of them in the next instant. "Stay down," he voiced out while sending out a fist. Bang! His fist collided with the chest of this Jenxidus members, blasting a hole through his suit as he plummeted downwards with the person he was carrying. Gustav proceeded to charge towards the next one, and in a matter of moments, multiple blasting sounds rang out. Bang! Bang bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was clear of these white, suited members. All of them had fallen into the desert sand below. Gustav turned around at this point and bolted across the air once more. The same scene as earlier played out, as some of these Jenxidus members also activated the technology suits to help them in descending from the sky slowly. Bang! 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 In a couple of seconds, Gustav had cleared the skies in this particular location as well, and every single Jenxidus members had plummeted to the desert sands below. Gustav finally floated downwards at this point towards the assailant. "It's time for you lots to follow me back." "Oh, well, I guess you can't, so I'll be taking you all back with me." Gustav smiled cheekily as he stared at them. Some of them were trying to pull themselves out of the sands, and some had already passed out. However, none of them were seriously injured, as the sand had cushioned their fall like Gustav expected. Gravitational displacement has been activated. The gravitational force around him suddenly changed as these Jenxidus members began to float. Some of them were pulled out of the sand by the gravitational displacement, and even some of the desert sand floated into the air. "Let's go, boys," Gustav stated as he charged forward once more. All of these figures were firmly grabbed in place by his gravitational displacement as he flew forward with multiple bodies floating in the air after him. He arrived at the other place where he dealt with the others, and the same thing happened. Gustav proceeded to fly into the air in the direction of his home as the other floated in the air along with him. "Looks like my living room has been redecorated," Gustav voiced out as he stood within his living room with a slightly astonished look. There were headless bodies everywhere with blood splattered across the floors, walls, and his sofas. The bodies of the Jenxidus members lay on his floor, while still clad in the technological suit but headless. The ones he had dealt with were outside, all incapacitated, but the ones he left here that tried to abduct him were all dead. Gustav squatted and stared at a part of the blood puddles mixed with brain matter. God Eyes has been activated. His eyes zoomed in on a very small piece of unknown physical matter that looked like it could easily go unnoticed. It was as small as the size of the pores in human skin. It was practically microscopic level, but Gustav was able to point it out as something foreign that wasn't a part of the human body. Desensitized material size reduction. Gustav noticed that the original size of this item had been tampered with. He also noticed it was still missing a big piece, but even despite that, Gustav was able to study what was left of the item to uncover what it was. A bomb and a camera mixed together. That's some crazy tech, Gustav muttered with a look of fascination as he discovered what it was after careful examination. Gustav still considered himself a man of science, since he had messed with so many science-related items and even studied many researches related to it as well. This made it easy for him to figure things out in situations like this, because he would link everything to what he had previously studied. I guess it makes sense now how they knew you were coming and started turning around. The system voice in his mind. Yeah, Gustav said as he stood uprightly. But how come the others I captured are not dead yet? Gustav thought out loud as he turned to stare at his entrance. The others he captured from the aircraft were still very much alive despite being incapacitated. If these ones also had bombs and cameras implanted in their brains, they should be dead like the ones in his living room right now. Or so he thought. Gustav couldn't wrap his head around why they hadn't killed those. Jinxidus, I know you can see and hear me right now. Even though there's brain matter splattered all across my living room, I can tell the cameras are still functional, Gustav said as he chuckled lightly while speaking. You've poked the hornet's nest. I really wasn't intending to add you lots to my agenda, but now a scarlet glow appeared in Gustav's eyes as he got to this point. I promise to end your organization and wipe you lots out, he said with a powerful tone that caused the entire vicinity to tremble. Anytime Gustav spoke like this, he would also exude streams of COM6 superior energy involuntarily, and he had no idea what this such was causing. His cosmic superiority was now at least 3 times more powerful than before, which had some boons even Gustav had not figured out yet. Do you recall I got rid of your predecessor who was 100 times smarter and shrewd than you lots? Gustav said with a dangerous tone. Don't worry about looking for me. It'll come to you lots myself, he added as his grin widened. All right, good chat. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Purification, he voiced out as he stretched out his right hand. A milky-colored glow fell from his hand onto the floor. Cyan, a bright light engulfed the entire living room, and in the next instant, everything within was disintegrated. Blood, bodies, sofa, walls. Looks like I didn't properly control the quantity, Gustav said, as his face displayed a oops expression. Might have to reconstruct, he added as he walked out of the house. At this point, he had already called Great Ears Anatus, explaining the current situation to him and telling him not to bring a lot of MBO officers here because he still wanted this place to remain a secret. Chapter 1058 sat this point. He had already called Great Ears Anatus, explaining the current situation to him and telling him not to bring a lot of MBO officers here because he still wanted this place to remain a secret. Gustav had to hold on, and in the process he began to interrogate the members of Jinxidus he abducted. He wanted to find out why the others didn't get the same treatment with the ones he first dealt with, and how their heads hadn't exploded yet. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav looked through the skulls of these Jinxidus members one after the other first, while they were still unconscious. These 4 have the bombs and cams in their brain. Gustav spotted 4 out of the Jinxidus members who had mini cams and bombs implanted in their heads. He moved towards them and stretched out his hand. These ones have to go, Gustav muttered as his palms glowed with milky-colored light. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Gustav proceeded to wrap his hand around the first one head and disintegrated it into nothingness with atomic disintegration. The entire head was gone, from the brain to the skull to the blood, and practically every tissue. Nothing was left after Gustav was done. Plop! The headless body fell to the floor in the next instant. Gustav proceeded to grab hold of the next Jenxidus member with a bomb and cam implanted in their skull and performed the same action. In an unknown location, a group of masked people watched an holographic display together. The entire vicinity was dark, and there were hundreds of them clustered in this unknown location together watching this footage. They could see a figure with dirty blonde hair destroying heads one after the other. The holographic screens on display would lessen by one after he destroyed a head. Dash, are we just going to sit back and watch him slaughter our kind like this? Dash, this is an unjust act against the Slockups. Dash, Gustav Crimson is no hero. He is a villain and needs to be destroyed. These masked people began to yell out one after the other, as the holographic screen only had one on display at the moment. Dash, he must be destroyed. As they yelled out, the figure on screen had his hand wrapped around the head of the last person who the footage seemed to be coming from. Don't worry, fools, it'll come for you lots. The figure on display voiced out before destroying the last head. TSSHSHHSHSHHH. Static sounds rang out next as every of the holographic screens stopped displaying footage. The crowd began to yell out the injustice that they had just witnessed, and the atmosphere turned heated. Ting! A bright light suddenly landed on a particular area within this unknown structure. It fell upon a figure clad in silver-colored outfit and helmet. Everyone relax. The instant he voiced out, the place quietened. As you all know, Gustav Crimson isn't an easy opponent. He paused for a bit as he arrived at this point. Nonetheless, we will make sure to get rid of him as soon as possible, especially now that he seeks to rid the earth of our freedom organization. The unknown silver armored man voiced out once more. He will now be placed on our priority list. However, unlike this failed mission, we shall send powerful mixed bloods after him. After voicing this out, the entire place was filled with chatters once more. Some voiced out their surprise at this sudden decision, and others had different thoughts as well as opinions. Dash, how can we make use of mixed bloods when we're trying to get rid of them? Dash, isn't that hypocrisy? Trying to use what we're fighting against? Some of them voiced out disagreements as well. Relax, everyone. The silver-armored man voiced out, once more causing the place to quieten. Look at it this way, we're using the opposition to get rid of the opposition. These idiots lack the unity we do. Pay them off, and they'll be getting rid of each other without us having to put in a single effort. He paused a bit as he got to this point, noting the expressions of the audience in front of him that were starting to look favorable. Those fools would easily kill their fellow species for money, since they're a corrupted bunch. We just have to use them to our advantage. This way we can even protect our kind better, since it would be dangerous sending our own kind after some of them. As you know, we value the lives of our brothers and sisters unlike those animals. At this point, cheers could be heard coming from every direction. With the explanation of this man in silver armor, the rest of the members currently in this location wholeheartedly agreed with the method they were going to use to get rid of Gustav. They were going to capitalize on the division between mixed bloods. You really redecorated the entire living room. Gradius Anatus voiced out as he stood in Gustav's living room. Blame them? I still wonder how they figured out the location of my house, Gustav voiced in response. Might be sloppiness on the part of the world government, or with Jenxidus high-end technology they could easily source out the information by hacking into the government database, or there could be a mole. Gradius Anatus listed out these options, which Gustav nodded to. All which you have already thought about. Gradius Anatus noted Gustav's expression. And more, but actually every single one of these options may be correct. We have Slockups working with the world government as well, Gustav voiced with a tone of analysis. So, what was the reason the heads of the others didn't explode? Gradius Anatus questioned as they moved outside. A few MBO officers could be seen moving the Jenxidus members into an aircraft parked in Gustav's runway. They were all restrained and had some mouth guards strapped to their mouth, as well, since it was recalled that the first Jenxidus member Gradius Inatus and Red Shadow caught committed suicide through his mouth. Chapter 1059. These ones are slightly higher in level compared to the others, Gustav disclosed. That's why they don't have cams and bombs implanted in their heads. Gradius Inatus found this answer to be a little weird. They have a hierarchy, and in this hierarchy, once you're at a particular level, according to the leaders, the trust has been established, so they take out the head cam and bomb. But the lower-leveled ones retain the cam and bomb implanted in their heads, Gustav explained. Whenever they're on missions, they send the teams mixed so the higher-ups or commanders get to see footage of what is happening in the mission location, which is why they were mixed in this one as well, he added. Gustav explained how the aircraft that was headed for his house to take him to whenever they were supposed to after subduing him turned around before arriving here. It was all due to the cams, so they were aware of how Gustav had overpowered the others since they were watching. That's, how did you get them to spill? Gradius Inatus was surprised Gustav got this much info out of them. Interrogation. By reaching into their minds, Gustav replied. Did you get their location, though? Gradius Inatus questioned. Unfortunately, the information I have revealed to you so far come from a collection of minds. I had to take different parts of information from separate minds before joining them, so I wasn't able to garner so much information. Their minds couldn't take any more before I got to the part where I could retrieve information about their hideout, Gustav explained. Gradius Inatus had a slightly disappointed look on his face as he heard this. Slarkovs have normal strength like humans, so they can't handle my ability like mixed bloods, but I did get the location they were supposed to deliver me to, Gustav disclosed. Really? Gradius Inatus' face lit up with a look of interest. Yeah, even though their mission ended up being a burst, and they won't be expected, we could still check out that location, Gustav responded. It's definitely a good lead, and the only one we have in the meantime as well, Gradius Inatus stated. Also, I didn't completely destroy the aircraft, so the MBO technicians could go check out their map data to see if they can trace where they took off from, Gustav voiced out. Hamil, tell them to do just that, Gradius Inatus replied. What do you want to do now? Gradius Inatus questioned. I want to head to the location, Gustav replied. You definitely need a team. You don't know what you might meet there, Gradius Inatus suggested. My team is currently unavailable, so I'll have to go myself, Gustav said while shrugging his shoulders. Then let me help you gather a new one, Gradius Inatus voiced out once more. Nah, I prefer working alone anyways, Gustav shook his head slightly while responding. Then let me help you gather a new one, Gradius Inatus voiced out once more. Nah, I prefer working alone anyways, Gustav shook his head slightly while responding. Then I will come with you, Gradius Inatus stated. Ha, I want back down on this one. Gradius Inatus stood his ground. You don't have to watch out for me every time. I'm not a baby. I can handle it myself. Gustav indirectly turned Gradius Inatus down. The young miss will be on my neck if you're put in harm's way again, Gradius Inatus said. She's millions of miles away. Don't worry, you're safe, Gustav chuckled. I insist. You'll slow me down. It's safer for you to stay back. What? I am still stronger than you are. I'm sure you don't believe that. Besides, I'm faster. Oh shit, I don't have my dimensional bracelet. Gustav suddenly recalled this, which means you can't easily escape if something unexpected happens. I'm coming with. Gradius Inatus closed off the argument with this. Gustav knew they'd keep this going for too long if he still decided to argue back, so he just let it end here. All right, but you stay in the aircraft some distance away while I observe the location myself. I know how to remain unseen. Gustav felt a subtle approach would be better when they arrived at the location. Gradius Inatus agreed to this term, and they proceeded to head towards one of the aircraft. Despite being of higher rank in the MBO than Gustav, Gradier's was starting to look like a subordinate when it came to issues relating to Gustav. Gustav was only actually trying to protect him, just like he wanted to protect everyone he considered important in his life. Gradier's happened to be one of those people, and he would rather put himself in harm's ways than any one of the people he cherished because he never wanted a repetition of Boss Danzo's case. Gustav decided to head to the location this fast, instead of waiting mostly because his house was already a bust. During the time he was away, he expected it to get fixed, so he would come back to a rebounded and cleared the place. The MBO was already taking care of the issue, so he wasn't bothered. He was also rethinking whether or not to continue living there in the meantime. After some time, Gustav decided he would still live there even though the location had gotten a little compromised. If they want to send more people after me, it would be perfect. Let them come. I will be expecting. This thought crossed Gustav's mind as there blazed across the sky in the aircraft. There was one thing that bothered Gustav the most. He didn't get this information from the others he interrogated with his mind, so it was even more intriguing, and he was interested in figuring it out. Why exactly are they after me? Gustav questioned internally with a look of curiosity. He felt this might have to do with the fact that he was responsible for ending their main sponsor and one of their founders, young Joe. Chapter 1060, unedited still. Gustav also felt it might be more than that, and there was an ulterior motive. It was the first time he was seeing the Jenxitus trying to abduct a mixed blood instead of actually killing them. Anyhow things went now, he was sure they were now on each other's radar, and the two sides would not back down until one of them was gotten rid of. Chatter, 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 chatter. In the middle of a plain ice land that spanned across hundreds of miles, groups of youngsters could be seen clustered together. They stood in place and discussed with one another, causing the sound of chatters to reverberate across the entire vicinity. There are so many unknown faces here, Falco voiced out with a look of curiosity. There is no weak person here, Matilda said while looking around. These were all youngsters here, but everyone exuded powerful bloodline energy as if in a bid to intimidate the others. Since 20 years is the limit, we definitely have some here who are below the age of 21, but up to 20 years already, they've had longer time to channel their bloodlines. Eldris analyzed why some were this powerful. Their group were amongst the set of MBO cadets that finished early, so they were still around 18 years old. Some of these contenders were over 2 years older than they were. Gustav was the only one that was up to 19 years old amongst them all. They were relatively amongst the small ratio of the youngest ISOP candidates. They had seen a few familiar faces from their set in the MBO, but these were only other special classes that had completed their training session in the MBO camp. There were also actual MBO officers who had finished from the MBO camp and had been on duty for up to a year. These even had higher ranks in the MBO. The number of people here was in the hundreds, and the number of slots left to be on the main team was only 16. The main team had a total of 20 slots, but 4 had already been occupied. Gustav and Alevra occupied 2 of the 4 slots, and the other 2 who had occupied the rest were currently unknown. This is not going to be easy, Teamy said with a low tone. With these numbers, it will take at least 2 to 3 days before the selection is complete, Eldris mumbled. Well, at least making the substitute team would be possible for everyone here, he said while shrugging his shoulders. The substitute team had around 30 slots, which made the total amount of slots with the main team included 50 in number. According to the announcement that had been passed upon their arrival here, those with excellent performances who were unable to make the main team would be put on the substitute team. What's the point of being in a substitute team? Humph. I must get a slot on the main team and battle alongside my rival, Rhea voiced with enthusiasm. There are multiple peak Echo rank participants, but I think you guys would still be able to put up a fight, Alevra said with a tone of encouragement. The ones you guys should try to avoid the most are the two persons here who have already achieved the kilo ranks, she added. What? Huh? They exclaimed with looks of disbelief as they heard that. There's a kilo rank? Angie voiced out with a worried tone. Not one but two, Eleva responded. While they knew there were a lot of mixed bloods with higher bloodline rank than them, they had no idea that some of them had achieved the kilo rank. In their group, Falco, Matilda, Rhea, Vera, Timmy, and Glade were still at the peak of Falcon rank, so this new situation worried Eldris and the others. Every one of them was capable of handling mixed bloods slightly above their ranks, but the gap between Kilo and Falcon's rank was too large. Even for them, who had already achieved Echo rank, beating a Kilo-ranked mixed blood was close to impossible. We'll really need to avoid them during this election. Good thing there's only two of them, Eldris voiced out. You guys just can't sense them because they're hiding it. I think they plan on taking the others by surprise, Elevra explained. It wasn't surprising that Elevra could discern the hidden Kilo ranks since she had her special forehead eye. She was capable of sensing better than every single one of them. Elevra was also the only person in their group besides Endrick who had reached the second step of the Echo rank. Eldris, Angie, and Ee were at the first step of the Echo rank, while Gustav, who wasn't here, was at the third step. So long as we work together, it should be no issue scaling through this election. Endrick, who had been silently dwelling in there, midst all this time, finally spoke up. Well, you heard the kid, Ee voiced out as he wrapped his arm around Endrick's shoulder. We also have him here, as well. So there's nothing to worry about, he added. Elevra, point out the participants we need to avoid, Eldris requested, while they were having their group discussion. Other participants were also taking note of the participants who may give them a tough time in this selection. They didn't notice that some of these participants already had them on their radar and decided to avoid them as well. They're friends of Gustav Crimson. I don't think they will be easy opponents. A group of 40 clustered in a particular area of the Iceland seemed to be holding a meeting as well. This group were dressed like high school students in white striped uniforms. However, it was obvious they weren't high school students. Instead, they were from some private organization. This was a common thing here, since this place was filled with participants from all across the world. There's only about 10 of them, and we are more than 40 in number. There's nothing to be worried about, another one of the members voiced out. Just because they're his friends doesn't make them as good as he is. The Ashiras have nothing to fear since the dreaded Gustav Crimson will not be participating in the selection with them. This time the person who seemed to be the leader of the group voiced out. He had white flowing hair that reached the back of his thighs, almost like how Eldris had extremely long hair as well. His words struck confidence in the hearts of his subordinates. They all nodded in agreement after hearing him speak, and their faces shone with decisiveness. In other parts of this Iceland, groups could be seen clustered together as well in different outfits. 50% of the participants here today were MBO officers or cadets, while the others were from different private organizations and special mixed blood higher institutions. It had been mentioned initially that mixed bloods from all across the board would be given a chance to represent the planet in ISOP, so this wasn't a surprising situation. They only had to hold on for now, as the selection hadn't begun. Are we ready for Phase 1? Within a secluded underground region, a man in a white outfit voiced out. Phase 1 is ready for implementation, sir. Amongst the people working here, a lady tapping on a holographic tab beside him responded. Right in front of them, a huge holographic screen displayed the participants waiting for the selection to begin. Implement Phase 1. The man in a white outfit commanded. What about the candidates already chosen to be on the main team? The lady inquired. Isolate them. The man responded immediately. She nodded in response and proceeded to tap a few keys on the screen in front of her. Implementing Phase 1. she muttered while tapping a few more times. Zing. Huh? Where did a lever go? He suddenly voiced out as he saw a lever disappear with a flash of white light. It's starting. Endrick's face turned serious as he voiced out. The entire Iceland began quaking all of a sudden, causing the participants to be on alert. A few lines of cracks spread from one area to the other, and in the next few moments, the icy ground split open. This took everyone by surprise, as they had been informed of how sturdy these icy grounds were. It was said to be capable of withstanding powerful attacks from even kilo-ranked mixed-bloods, yet it was suddenly splitting open. This split separated a lot of the participants, as the part of the icy ground they were standing on shifted in another direction. Fumayum, as the icy ground split open, intense flames suddenly spewed out from the spaces within the splits. This scenario took a lot of them by surprise. The flames oozing forth in multiple areas of the splits were not melting the icy ground they were positioned on, yet they could feel the immense heat. There was no doubt the flames were real, due to the immense rise in temperature that was also battling with the low temperature from the icy region. Chapter 1061. Still on it, the temperature had turned weird at this point, as the ground split apart, carrying multiple people in opposite directions. No one here was stupid, so they knew at this point that this was related to the selection. Fuyai, fuyai, fuyai. Are those ribbons? Everyone looked up to the sky as they spotted different colors of ribbons appearing within it. These ribbons fell from the sky towards the participants, drifting in different directions due to the splitting icy ground. As the ribbons fell, they caught it, and those standing together on a particular part of the split ground caught the same color of ribbons, while the ones on separate icy grounds caught different colors. Attention! A loud masculine voice reverberated across the ice and fiery region. The colors picked determine your current group, as well as your objective. Based on your color, you all will have to find your assigned spot within the duration of 30 minutes. Failure to do so results in immediate disqualification. Red, make your way to the designated blue strip. Blue, make your way to the designated red strip. White, make your way to the designated black strip. Black, make your way to the designated white strip. Green, make your way to the designated yellow strip. Yellow, make your way to the designated green strip. Purple, make your way to the designated brown strip. The voice explained that these colored stops were locations they had to find within 30 minutes, and once they arrived there, they would know that they had arrived at the right location. The problem was finding the location. According to the masculine voice giving them instructions, the color strips they had to locate were down within the abyss of flames. They would have to find a way to dive into the middle of the cracks and locate the color strips. The masculine voice explained that the flames were in no way bluffs and would burn them to crisp if they weren't careful. There were flaming split areas that had lower intensity compared to the others. These areas were the only paths to infiltrating the splits on the icy ground, and finding the color strips, they had weaker flames and would not hurt the mixed bloods, but finding these areas would be immensely cumbersome. The color strips were located beneath, and according to the classification, one would have to find it and stay there with the others who had the same ribbon color. We're on the green team, Falco voiced out while holding the green ribbon out. We have to find the yellow strip in less than 30 minutes, Aeldra stated as he peered at the pillar of flames bursting forth from the split ground in front of them. He looked around and noticed they were around 30 other participants standing on this split part of the icy ground with them. Looked around and noticed they were around 30 other participants standing on this split part of the icy ground with them. We have company, but there were no set instructions on the necessity of working together, so we don't need to worry about the others, Aeldra stated. True, but working together might be beneficial as well, he said as he observed the others. Can you open a vortex for us to cross through the flames to the bottom? Falco asked. Not a sensible option, since I don't know how deep we have to go. might end up spawning in an area full of intense flames. He shook his head while responding. The voice did mention there were areas we could successfully make use of to travel towards the bottom, Matilda reminded. While they took a few seconds to plot their movement, some of the participants on the same icy split ground as them began to move. Fly, 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 fly. Some leapt from one icy split ground to the next, traveling forward. While every space within the splits have flames bursting forth, some of the flames weren't so high in height that they were uncrossable. This made leaping over them possible, especially for mixed bloods of this caliber. Some mixed bloods that were capable of flight had taken to the skies and began scouring the region. This made it a whole lot easier for them, but they would still have no choice but to swoop down when they needed to infiltrate some of the spaces in the cracks. "Oh shit, that was close," a participant yelled out as he landed on a platform of ice after leaping over a wall of hot flames spewing from the cracks. Despite successfully leaping over them, he felt the temperature from the flames was hot enough to turn him to barbecue in a matter of seconds. He still felt the burns despite not making contact with the flames. This was happening in other places as well. Some other participants took caution before leaping over the next wall of flames. The flames spewing from the midst of the cracks were everywhere, so it made it very difficult to pick which direction to move in, since it blocked the view of those incapable of flight. They could only use their senses to discern their next step, and even with that, things were still very difficult. Whoosh! A silver streak suddenly appeared in front of E.B. and the others. "This way," Angie voiced out while pointing southeast. Everyone turned to the direction Angie pointed in and leapt forward. Fui! The icy platform, on which only about 20 participants were left, rumbled vigorously as these 10 leapt across the air. Angie was the only one who didn't leap forward with them. Positioning herself in a running form, she sprinted forward once more. Flyosh, Angie's figure disappeared in an instant, causing a whooshing sound to reverberate across the place as immense winds spread from her initial position. She didn't even have to leap. Due to her intense speed, the flames were unable to make contact with her, and instead parted ways as she charged forward. It was almost like she was intangible when running forward, and due to her speed, it seemed like just a single step could take her across icy platforms, almost like she was floating. This whole situation was not a problem for Angie. The participants left on the platform had difficulty balancing themselves after these 11 left, and the winds caused their outfits to flap intensely along with their hair. Some participants had already made their way forward in a different direction, and some of the participants left were finding it difficult to make a choice. "I'm following them. I'm going this way, Juz. This direction seems more sensible." They knew the clock was ticking, so they wasted no time in making their choice. They began leaping forward as well, some in the same direction as Ealdris and the others, while others in a different direction. "This way," Angie voiced out again as they arrived on another icy platform. Everyone followed her instructions, knowing she must have scouted ahead already, so her directions were accurate. They went ahead to cross multiple more walls of fire, while some participants also followed them from behind. In other areas, the mixed bloods capable of flight flew across the region. They would occasionally swoop down to check on different areas they suspected might not be as hot. Everyone was looking for the access points to getting through the flames, so this part of the situation was not so easy. Still, the mixed bloods capable of flight had it easier than the others who were unable to do so. It was even much more easier for some like Angie with such speed. The flames were unable to faze her. About a few minutes later again, they arrived on a platform in the middle of 4 walls of flames, surrounding them on each side. Bam, bam, bam. Luckily, they controlled the distance in which they leapt earlier. If not, they would have found themselves in the midst of one of these flames upon landing within the splits. The space on the icy platform was not very large, so upon landing they had occupied most of it. Bam, bam, bam. A few more participants began to land here as well. Ha! Ergrai! One of them yelled out as they found themselves landing in one of the flames. Kairvhai! They kept screaming out as the flames roasted them. He was about to create a vortex to help this person get out of the flames when the person suddenly disappeared. The person had been teleported out, which automatically meant disqualification. The others standing on this icy platform subconsciously shivered as they recalled the scream a moment ago. There was no denying it was a very painful experience, even though one would get saved before they burnt to death. "This is our way in," Angie said as she pointed towards the left. Chapter 1062. Still on it, the temperature had turned weird at this point, as the ground split apart, carrying multiple people in opposite directions. No one here was stupid, so they knew at this point that this was related to the selection. Fwii, fwii, fwii. Are those ribbons? Everyone looked up to the sky as they spotted different colors of ribbons appearing within it. These ribbons fell from the sky towards the participants, drifting in different directions due to the splitting icy ground. As the ribbons fell, they caught it, and those standing together on a particular part of the split ground caught the same color of ribbons, while the ones on separate icy grounds caught different colors. Attention! A loud masculine voice reverberated across the ice and fiery region. The colors picked determine your current group, as well as your objective. Based on your color, you all will have to find your assigned spot within the duration of 30 minutes. Failure to do so results in immediate disqualification. Red, make your way to the designated blue strip. Blue, make your way to the designated red strip. White, make your way to the designated black strip. Black, make your way to the designated white strip. Green, make your way to the designated yellow strip. Yellow, make your way to the designated green strip. Purple, make your way to the designated brown strip. The voice explained that these colored stops were locations they had to find within 30 minutes, and once they arrived there, they would know that they had arrived at the right location. The problem was finding the location. According to the masculine voice giving them instructions, the color strips they had to locate were down within the abyss of flames. They would have to find a way to dive into the middle of the cracks and locate the color strips. The masculine voice explained that the flames were in no way bluffs and would burn them to crisp if they weren't careful. There were flaming split areas that had lower intensity compared to the others. These areas were the only paths to infiltrating the splits on the icy ground and finding the color strips. They had weaker flames and would not hurt the mixed bloods, but finding these areas would be immensely cumbersome. The color strips were located beneath, and according to the classification, one would have to find it and stay there with the others who had the same ribbon color. "We're on the green team," Falco voiced out while holding the green ribbon out. "We have to find the yellow strip in less than 30 minutes, Aeldra stated as he peered at the pillar of flames bursting forth from the split ground in front of them. He looked around and noticed there were around 30 other participants standing on this split part of the icy ground with them. He looked around and noticed there were around 30 other participants standing on this split part of the icy ground with them. "We have company, but there were no set instructions on the necessity of working together, so we don't need to worry about the others," Aeldra stated. "True, but working together might be beneficial as well," E said as he observed the others. "Can you open a vortex for us to cross through the flames to the bottom?" Falco asked E. "Not a sensible option, since I don't know how deep we have to go. Might end up spawning in an area full of intense flames." E shook his head while responding. The voice did mention there were areas we could successfully make use of to travel towards the bottom, Matilda reminded. While they took a few seconds to plot their movement, some of the participants on the same icy split ground as them began to move. Fwy, 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 fwy. Some leapt from one icy split ground to the next, traveling forward. While every space within the splits of flames bursting forth, some of the flames weren't so high in height that they were uncrossable. This made leaping over them possible, especially for mixed bloods of this caliber. Some mixed bloods that were capable of flight had taken to the skies and began scouring the region. This made it a whole lot easier for them, but they would still have no choice but to swoop down when they needed to infiltrate some of the spaces in the cracks. "Oh shit, that was close," a participant yelled out as he landed on a platform of ice after leaping over a wall of hot flames spewing from the cracks. Despite successfully leaping over them, he felt the temperature from the flames was hot enough to turn him to barbecue in a matter of seconds. He still felt the burns despite not making contact with the flames. This was happening in other places as well. Some other participants took caution before leaping over the next wall of flames. The flames spewing from the midst of the cracks were everywhere, so it made it very difficult to pick which direction to move in, since it blocked the view of those incapable of flight. They could only use their senses to discern their next step, and even with that, things were still very difficult. Whoosh! A silver streak suddenly appeared in front of E.B. and the others. "This way," Angie voiced out while pointing southeast. Everyone turned to the direction Angie pointed in and leapt forward. Fui! The icy platform, on which only about 20 participants were left, rumbled vigorously as these 10 leapt across the air. Angie was the only one who didn't leap forward with them. Positioning herself in a running form, she sprinted forward once more. Fwyosh, Angie's figure disappeared in an instant, causing a whooshing sound to reverberate across the place as immense winds spread from her initial position. She didn't even have to leap. Due to her intense speed, the flames were unable to make contact with her, and instead parted ways as she charged forward. It was almost like she was intangible when running forward, and due to her speed, it seemed like just a single step could take her across icy platforms, almost like she was floating. This whole situation was not a problem for Angie. The participants left on the platform had difficulty balancing themselves after these 11 left, and the winds caused their outfits to flap intensely along with their hair. Some participants had already made their way forward in a different direction, and some of the participants left were finding it difficult to make a choice. "I'm following them. I'm going this way, Juz. This direction seems more sensible." They knew the clock was ticking, so they wasted no time in making their choice. They began leaping forward as well, some in the same direction as E.E., Eldris, and the others, while others in a different direction. "This way," Angie voiced out again as they arrived on another icy platform. Everyone followed her instructions, knowing she must have scouted ahead already, so her directions were accurate. They went ahead to cross multiple more walls of fire, while some participants also followed them from behind. In other areas, the mixed bloods capable of flight flew across the region. They would occasionally swoop down to check on different areas they suspected might not be as hot. Everyone was looking for the access points to getting through the flames, so this part of the situation was not so easy. Still, the mixed bloods capable of flight had it easier than the others who were unable to do so. It was even much more easier for some like Angie with such speed. The flames were unable to faze her. About a few minutes later, again, they arrived on a platform in the middle of 4 walls of flames surrounding them on each side. Bam, bam, bam. Luckily, they controlled the distance in which they leapt earlier. If not, they would have found themselves in the midst of one of these flames upon landing within the splits. The space on the icy platform was not very large, so upon landing they had occupied most of it. Bam, bam, bam. A few more participants began to land here as well. "Ha! Ergrai!" One of them yelled out as they found themselves landing in one of the flames. "Kairov hai!" They kept screaming out as the flames roasted them. E was about to create a vortex to help this person get out of the flames when the person suddenly disappeared. The person had been teleported out, which automatically meant disqualification. The others standing on this icy platform subconsciously shivered as they recalled the scream a moment ago. There was no denying. It was a very painful experience, even though one would get saved before they burnt to death. "This is our way in," Angie said as she pointed towards the left. "You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.